be seated. If you're joining us on Metro TV, on ZFM, and on our Facebook platform, BFT, and also on our YouTube platform, with warmth we also receive in our midst, representing the youth of Ghana, and officials of ministries, departments, and agencies, civil society organizations, members of academia, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to you all we say a warm welcome. Today's time is rather impressive given the attendance so far. Please give yourselves a round of applause. You deserve it. We shall zoom straight into action by beginning with the opening ceremony, which has 4 introductory remarks culminating in the keynote, which will be delivered by Mr. David Ofosu-Dorte. And finally, we shall hear from our guest of honor, who will bring everything into perspective as we unlock opportunities and re-engineer Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. For 13 years, we have persisted in this unbroken tradition as Ghana's and Africa's foremost source of business news. We've brought you the Ghana Economic Forum, a think tank, and a gathering of all the influential players in our economic space. Today, it gives me joy to welcome up here the man who leads this bold charge, the CEO of BNFT, to warmly welcome us. Make welcome, Dr. Godwin Akwe.
His Excellency Wamkelemeni, Dr. Ofosu-Dorte, the Diplomatic Corps, other captains of industry, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of us, and welcome to the 13th Ghana Economic Forum. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather to discuss the future of our beloved nation. This forum has consistently served as a beacon of insightful dialogue, innovative ideas, and collaborative solutions. Today, we continue this tradition with a focus on a few critical themes that will guide our discussions and actions. I wish to thank our partners and sponsors for supporting the 13th Ghana Economic Forum. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. The theme for this year's GEF is Unlocking Opportunities, Re-engineering Ghana's Economic Model for Sustainable Development. My focus today is firmly on the year 2025 and the prospects and challenges that lie ahead of us. As we look forward, the next government must ensure that every Ghanaian is included in the journey through the upcoming year. We need to inspire confidence in our economy to accelerate investment and the growth process. This will not be a walk in the park. It will require a concerted effort with everyone pushing their shoulders to the wheel. Our nation stands at a pivotal moment in its history. There is an apparent global recession that stares us in the face. We are a nation that imports virtually everything, and therefore we add to our woes by importing inflation from other countries. To put this in perspective, our import bill for 2023 was approximately 180.7 billion Ghana cedis, up from 148.6 billion Ghana cedis in 2022, according to the Ghana Statistical Services trade report published in May this year. Ladies and gentlemen, our import bill last year amounted to 21.5% of the value of the GDP. The question on our minds, without doubt, must be, how do we as a nation improve the import substitution industries to reduce our import bill? I am sure we all remember very well the reality of our recent challenges. Our annual inflation rate reached 54.1% in December 2022, the highest in over 2 decades. And while this has halved, it means the prices of most commodities have at least doubled or tripled in the last 30 months. These figures are not to dampen our mood this morning, but to underscore the urgent need for economic stability and growth. To navigate the complexities of the global economy and secure sustainable development, we must adopt a unified long-term planning strategy. The National Development Planning Commission, NDPC, plays a crucial role in this endeavor. By leveraging the expertise, data, and insights from the NDPC, we can create a roadmap that transcends political cycles and focuses on the enduring prosperity of Ghana. A national consensus on this long-term planning strategy is essential. It requires the commitment of all stakeholders, thus government, private sector, civil society, and academia, to work together towards common goals. We must prioritize policies that foster economic diversification, enhance infrastructure, and invest in education and technology. Speaking of diversification, our economy currently relies heavily on services, which contribute about 45% of our GDP in 2023, followed by industry at 34% and agriculture at 21%. We must work to balance and strengthen all sectors of our economy. In terms of infrastructure, Ghana ranked 25th out of 54 countries in Africa. This is stated by the Africa Infrastructure Development Index in 2020, with a score of 29.18 out of 100. Clearly, there is room for improvement. Through a collaborative and inclusive approach, we can build a resilient economy that benefits all Ghanaians to actualize the Ghanaian dream. So, what is the Ghanaian dream? In contemplating our future, we must all reflect on the essence of the Ghanaian dream. What do we as a nation aspire to achieve? The Ghanaian dream is a vision of prosperity, equality, and opportunity for all. It is a dream where every citizen has access to quality education, healthcare, and employment. Currently, our literacy rate stands at 80% for the population aged 6 years and above, according to the 2021 census. While this is commendable, we must strive for universal literacy. Moreover, with an unemployment rate of 13.4% among the population aged 15 years and older, we must work tirelessly to create more job opportunities. The Ghanaian dream is a vision of a society where hard work, innovation, and integrity are rewarded, and where our cultural heritage and natural resources are preserved for future generations. It's a dream where poverty, which currently affects about 12.5% of our population living below the international poverty line, becomes a thing of the past. The Ghanaian dream is not just an abstract concept. It is a call to action. It urges us to break down barriers, bridge gaps, and create an environment where every individual can thrive. It is about ensuring that the benefits of our economic growth, are felt by every Ghanaian, regardless of their background or location. This dream can only be realized through the collective effort of every Ghanaian, driven by the shared sense of purpose and commitment. The need for a collaborative effort. Achieving our long-term goals and realizing the Ghanaian dream necessitates a collective effort. No single entity can do it alone. We must forge strong partnerships across all sectors of society. The private sector must innovate and invest in sustainable practices. The government must create an enabling environment through sound policies and infrastructure development. Civil society must advocate for transparency, accountability, and social justice. And our educational institutions must nurture the next generation of leaders and thinkers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as we embark on the discussions and activities of this forum, let us remember the importance of a unified, long-term planning strategy for our economy. Let us hold steadfast to the vision of the Ghanaian dream, and let us commit to the collective effort required to make it a reality. Together, we can build a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable future of Ghana. I thank you all, and let us have a fruitful and inspiring forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it one more time for the CEO of the BNFT, a statesman who calls us to explore the Ghanaian dream as a call to action, but much more than that, adopt a unified long-term economic strategy for our economy. If you're joining us on television, on Metro TV, on radio, on ZFM, online on our BFT platforms, on Facebook and YouTube, it is because you believe in this all-important conversation on unlocking opportunities as we re-engineer Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. It is the 13th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum, brought to you by the BNFT in collaboration with our partners. Today, we want to acknowledge with gratitude the presence of a few members of the diplomatic community who have joined us. From the Spanish Embassy, the Spanish Commercial and Economic Office, Mr. Carlos Limonier Reina. Thank you very much for joining us. From the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we welcome the Head of Economic Section, Mr. Bram van Oppenegge. Thank you very much for joining us. We make welcome also the High Commissioner of Malaysia, Syed Nozer. He's the Chargé d'Affaires. Thank you very much. A Trade Consular at the EU delegation, Rafael Kwesi Kwato, also joins us. We make welcome a Senior Trade Commissioner, the High Commissioner of Canada, Andrew Maharaj. Thank you. And from the Embassy of Spain, an economic analyst, Luis Veral. Together with a host of others I shall be acknowledging intermittently in the course of this event. We're delighted this year to be joined by our partner, our knowledge partner, KPMG, here to express their remarks. Please make welcome the head or the partner, Deals and Transactions, KPMG, representing the country partner, Mr. Agric Asare.
So please, the name is Evan Asari, not Eric Asari. Thank you. Your Excellency, Dr. Wamkele Meni, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, members of the diplomatic community, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and fellow participants, good morning. It is an honor to stand before you today at the 13th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum 2024 to offer the opening remarks. On behalf of KPMG in Ghana, I extend a warm welcome to you all. We are proud to support once again as knowledge partners for this significant event. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, and all participants who have joined us today. Your commitment to Ghana's economic progress is truly commendable. The theme for this year's forum, Unlocking Opportunities, Re-engineering Ghana's Economic Model for Sustainable Development, is timely and critical. As the global economy grapples with the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical tensions, it is imperative that we rethink and reshape our economic strategies to ensure resilient and sustainable growth. Globally, we have witnessed significant shifts. Supply chain disruptions, artificial intelligence, and technological advancements have and continue to redefine our economics and how they operate. The push for a greener, more sustainable future is gaining momentum, influencing investment flows and policy decisions. Countries worldwide are re-evaluating their economic models to balance growth with environmental stewardship and social equity. Here in Ghana, we face our own set of challenges and opportunities which are not alienated from developments across the globe. Our economic model, often referred to as the Georgesburg economy, must be re-engineered to address pressing issues such as public debt management, economic diversification, and the need for robust infrastructure. At the same time, we are presented with opportunities to harness our rich natural resources, foster innovation, and build a more inclusive economy. The agriculture and the energy and natural resources sectors, along with our state-owned enterprises, are pivotal to this transformation. By leveraging advancements in renewable energy, investing in the agricultural value chain, and enhancing efficiency in our state-owned enterprises, we can build a resilient and dynamic economic foundation towards a more inclusive and sustainable growth. KPMG is always committed to supporting these sectors through strategic, advisory, tax, and audit services, fostering partnerships and driving operational excellence. Sustainable development is not an option, it is a necessity. The integration of environmental, social, and governance principles, ESG principles, into our economic strategies will be crucial. Our natural resources, if managed responsibly, can provide a strong base for economic growth that benefits all Ghanaians. With 6 years to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, the key question we need to ask ourselves is whether we are on track to achieving these goals as a country. As we embark on this journey of re-engineering our economic model, collaboration and partnerships are key. Government, private sector, and civil society must work together to create an enabling environment for investment, innovation, and sustainable development. Let us seize the opportunities before us, address our challenges with determination, and pave the way for a prosperous future for all Ghanaians. In closing, I encourage each of you to actively participate in these discussions and sessions over the course of this forum. Let us engage in meaningful dialogues, share insights, and develop actionable strategies that will drive Ghana's economic transformation. I look forward to a productive and insightful forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
We're grateful to you, Mr. Evans Asari, Partner Deals and Transactions, KPMG, speaking to us on behalf of the Senior Partner, Mr. Anthony Sapon. You urge us to view sustainable development not as an option, but as an imperative, which is why in this new era where 70% of sub-Saharan Africa's population is below age 30, the same reflection, almost the same reflection in Ghana, it's important that we look at inclusion as a way toward achieving sustainable development. For this reason, we're joined by a representative of the youth. She's the head girl of the SOS Herman Gmeiner International College, Tema, and she has a presentation to make to us on behalf of the youth of Ghana. Make welcome Nana Ahenfua Dankwa. The youth, we like it louder, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful introduction. Excuse me if I look a bit nervous, but when opportunity calls, you have to grab it as soon as you can, just as Kamala has done in the past few weeks. So without further ado, I will continue with my speech. Distinguished panelists, esteemed guests, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today to discuss an issue and a topic of immense importance to our nation, Ghana. Before I begin this address, I would like to express my gratitude to the management of Business and Financial Times for giving me this opportunity to not only share my views on this topic, but to also represent the youth of this country. The theme of discussion, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development, does not only resonate with our present aspirations, but also charts the course for a future where every Ghanaian, particularly the youth, can thrive. According to the African Development Bank Group, as of 2023, Ghana's GDP stood at approximately $74.26 billion, with approximately annual growth rate of 5.2%. Despite this positive growth trajectory, youth unemployment remains high, with 12.1% being faced with unemployment issues as well as limited opportunities. With youth unemployment being one of the most pressing issues faced by this country, I humbly suggest that policies be tailored to create job opportunities to foster as well as encourage conducive environments for innovation. Firstly, by investing in technical and vocational education and training, young people can be equipped with the skills needed for the job market. Additionally, public-private partnerships can drive job opportunities with incentives for businesses that hire the youth. Also, the empowerment of young people beyond job creation through mentorship programs as well as leadership programs can also foster a culture of continuous learning as well as development. We, the youth, are not just the future, we are the leaders of today. We should be actively involved in the decision-making processes of the nation. This can be achieved through youth councils, forums, and representation in political institutions. By giving the youth a voice, we harness their energy and creativity for national development. Furthermore, we can draw valuable lessons from countries like Singapore, which integrate further forward-thinking agendas into their educational curriculum. Their focus on skills and development, as well as innovation and entrepreneurship, has transformed their economy. Ghana can adopt similar strategies. Finally, political leadership must work hand in hand with strong institutions to drive sustainable development. This involves building institutions that can implement policies effectively and ensuring that these institutions are free from corruption and inefficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development is not just a policy directive, it is a national imperative. By addressing youth unemployment, empowering young people, and adapting the economic changes, fostering entrepreneurship, and ensuring strong leadership and institutions, we can create a future for all Ghanaians, which will be prosperous. Let us commit to this journey with determination as well as unity, knowing that the future of Ghana lies in all our hands. I look forward to a Youth Ghana Economic Forum in the near future. Thank you, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
And because of you, I believe a Youth Ghana Economic Forum is born today. Please put your hands once more and let's celebrate Nana Ayinfua Dankwa, the head girl, SOS, Herman Minor International College. Thank you for those very warm thoughts. As a matter of fact, while you were speaking, our keynote speaker was just nodding her head and smiling from cheek to cheek. In delivering the keynote on unlocking opportunities, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for economic development, is a passionate Pan-Africanist who has in-depth knowledge of the financial, economic, and social, as well as political issues in Africa's constantly evolving ecosystem. His deep insights are of great value to his clients seeking to succeed in Africa, and he is the go-to person when boardrooms require balanced analysis on issues that impact business development in Africa. He's also an executive of the Afro Champions organization, which has spearheaded several Pan-African private sector initiatives. He co-authored the Private Sector $1 Trillion Investment Framework for Africa in support of the AfCFTA, which was adopted by the Summit of African Union in February 2020. I'm talking about the founder and senior partner of AB David Africa, a Pan-African business law firm with offices in Ghana, Zambia, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and Kenya. He's a barrister solicitor and recently earned a doctorate degree in business administration, a master's in public administration, and a master's in applied business research. Would you please make welcome the one, the only, Dr. David Ofosu Dote.
Thank you, Jerry. It's true, I was beaming with smiles because the young lady reminded me of a tweet I shared some months ago. For those of you who know, I tend to tweet a lot. And that tweet was an observation I made, which reminded me of when I was about her age. That was about 45 years ago or so. And I said that when I was that age, some people used to tell us that we were the leaders of tomorrow. The youth were the leaders of tomorrow. And I've observed that the same people are in charge and are telling our children too that they are the leaders of tomorrow. Please take charge now. Don't wait to be leaders of tomorrow, and I'm happy you are doing that. Thank you for inviting me to give the keynote address. This is a place normally reserved for big people in big public places, which I don't belong to. I'm in the private sector. Nevertheless, being an economic forum which affects a lot of businesses, I'm happy to share some thoughts. And the theme is about economic model and unlocking opportunities. So the first question I ask myself is whether actually what economic model means and whether we do have one. So in sum, an economic model is simply a construct of processes with variable factors that have a relationship that can be quantified and, as it were, can be measured as to its outcome. So let me put it in simple terms. So I looked around and checked whether over the past 50 or so odd years that I've been observing this nation, there is an economic model I can point to. And I went all the way back to the pre-colonial era. And you look at the colonial era and you see that we had a triangle of a railway, which is still we have, except that the triangle doesn't operate anymore. And these rail lines all lead to the port. In other words, it was the colonial masters' attempt to ship our resources out. Then we had the 2022 to 2027 Governor Gisbeck, also during the colonial era, plan. And that developed some specific sectors, a couple of hospitals which still exist, some restructuring of the country, but which essentially consciously kept the northern part of Ghana underdeveloped. These are facts that, and it was an economic policy. The policy of not educating the North was an economic policy, yes, of the Gisbeck plan. These are things we need to study and look at. Why, for example, free and compulsory education was started in the North. It was to reverse that economic policy. Then you have the 57 to 1960 era, where we were fairly capitalist. And then in the post-60 era, we became fairly socialist. Now, the essence of socialism at that time under the Nkrumah regime was that a young nation didn't have many businesses that had the capital, and therefore the nation had to build these enterprises. Incidentally, if you look at the Nkrumah's master plan and the attachments to it, the intention was to sell these enterprises in the 70s when private sector will have developed the necessary capital. I am of the school of thought that those who say government has no business doing business are wrong. I believe government has business doing business, but it must do it as business, not as politics. The Chinese enterprises we go and borrow from, most of them are state-owned enterprises, but they have run it as businesses. So, but I'll come to how our businesses have been affected over the period. Now, we saw a lot of these things out after the coup. Under the Kutu Achampon regime, which was the 70s, we ended up coming back to the socialist approach and built a lot of state-owned enterprises again. One of the most significant things was the nationalization of parts of Abuasi goldfields at that time. And that's how come Ghana came by 45% in what became known later as Ashanti Gold, or Agro Gold Ashanti. Again, we ended up selling that first in the 90s and then subsequently in the 2000s. So we've kind of built it ourselves, sold it, nationalized others, and sold it again. Just to give you an idea as to how we have been modeling the economy. And we had a short period of the AfRC regime, which was supposed to be an anti-corruption house cleaning exercise. At that time, there was a huge amount of so-called hoarding, and a lot of people were penalized for being corrupt. One would have thought that with some people being shot and the rest, corruption would have ended. I'm sure the jury is still out as to whether corruption has ended or not. Then we had the Liman regime from 79 to 31st December 1981. He was asked in an interview, and I recall clearly, I was a student, secondary school student at that time, what his ideology was and what economic model it was. And then he said his ideology was Ghana. It was as simple as that. I'm still trying to define what that ideology meant. That followed the PNDC regime. Now, the interesting thing about the PNDC regime is that it also started in a socialist fashion. Stopped it in 1986 after trying it for about 5 years and started the economic recovery program. What many do not remember is that between 1972 to 1986, the World Bank and IMF were not in Ghana. They closed their offices because Kutu Achampon's regime, with the Yentuya policy, decided not to deal with those institutions. Now, the economic challenges faced subsequently led to the return and the economic recovery program, ERP, structural adjustment program, etc. Then, in the 90s, we returned to civilian administration. And again, there are those who believe that stability of the nation was going to boom the economy. There has not been a coup in this country since 1981. I don't think the economy is booming. So whether the theory as to whether NDC after it transitioned from the PNDC. And that is the creation of Vision 2020, which in my view, apart from the 61 master plan and Nkrumah's development strategy, factors were blamed. We were followed by the Kufuor regime with Ghana Poverty Reduction Strategy 1 and 2. In other words, Vision 2020 was abandoned by 2001, 6 years into its not being so implemented. Then GPRS 2, and then HIPIC. Interestingly, by the end of HIPIC, we had been forgiving so much debt that our debt to GDP ratio was about 30%. I never believed we were going to return to a debt to GDP ratio about 70%, but we all know the story. Well, then we had the Mills Better Ghana strategy, which also had its own model. Of course, he passed, and in the second term under Mahama, we had Transforming Lives. And then under the current government, we have Ghana Beyond Aid. I've taken you through this just to examine whether we have an economic model at all. It seems to me that we have never had one. And what we have had is a mixture of models, strategies, plans, none of which have been consistently implemented across regimes, and none of which, except the 63 master plan, had been consistently implemented within the regime itself. So both regimes have not implemented their own strategies and models fully, and across regimes, you can expect that they were not even implementing it, much less. Now we have the constitutional regime, and under Chapter 6, the Constitution itself gives us a liberal economy and enjoins all citizens under Article 36 to participate actively in the economy and in enterprise. In other words, the Constitution has created a liberal regime. I'm not so sure whether it's a neoliberal regime, and for those of you who deal with economic models, I will want to stay away from neoliberalism for now and just use the word liberal. Now, should this be re-engineered, and will re-engineering it create or unlock the opportunities? And are there opportunities at all? Now, opportunities mean different things to different people. There are those who create it, there are those who respond to it, and there are those who don't know that opportunities are even occurring. For many, it is the chance to get employed. For some, it is the opportunity to create opportunity for others. For some, it is the opportunity to be in office and put public money into private pockets. And they mean different things to different people. So depending on what opportunities are, unlocking it may mean different things to different people. But when it comes to the economy, creating opportunity is often thwarted by external factors, which I have recounted that every single regime seems to say that their attempts to create opportunities were thwarted by external factors. In other words, our problem has never been lack of a model or lack of a plan or a strategy. And I tweeted about this before. I reject the notion that our leaders are visionless. Every single leader that has led this country has had vision. Our real problem is that they have all abandoned the vision along the line. We suffer not from lack of vision, but from abandonment of the vision as a result of so-called external forces. It means we are not a resilient people when it comes to managing the economy and leading the nation. External factors have always been blamed. But there is something strange. In the midst of external factors, both public servants and private people manage to make money for themselves. There is something strange about the Ghanaian, and I have coined a term, collective individualism. And I coined that term as part of my long essay when I was doing my thesis. And my thesis centered around behavioral control of the Ghanaian business leader. I'll be giving a separate lecture on it at some point in time. And their own market orientation as to whether they are positive to the market or reactive, and whether non-politicians try to influence politicians. I think we are a collectively individualistic society. What do I mean by that? When it comes to funerals and the rest, we contribute, we come together. When it comes to family issues, we come together. But give us the chance to occupy offices, and we try to make sure that we enrich ourselves so that we go off the grid and everybody else can suffer. So we are both collective and individualistic at the same time. And this is a mindset we need to talk about as we are discussing things at the Ghana Economic Forum. Now, the need to therefore change our mindset is central not only to the economy, but to the very sustenance of the economy and the nation as a whole. Otherwise, we will continue to have the situation where political party agenda has assumed more importance than the collective agenda. No society can progress if the agenda does not bring everybody on board. And opportunities cannot be identified if one side of society is undermining the other side. So if you are in government, you are undermined by the opposition. And if the opposition makes a good suggestion, the government rejects it. And as a result, the people are confused, and the people in their individualistic self align. And as a result, it makes it difficult for us to rally around. I wish I could ask, by show of hands, whether anybody in this room can tell me the single most important word or sentence that we can all rally around as part of the agenda. Because, for example, at some point, if you go to Singapore, everybody knew Smile Singapore. And Akutu Achampon, everybody understood commanding heights of the economy. Does anybody know exactly which word we are trying to rally around? I'm not so sure. We understand that. So the cycles of accolades are dictated according to elections. And these are things we need to re-engineer. I'll give a few examples. We need to re-engineer our attitudes towards foreign direct investors. Every country grows with FDIs. But what we have done to FDIs is very different. But no country grows if it ignores its domestic investors. So it is the two going together. And domestic investment is a way to attract foreign investors. What we seem to do is to go around bringing foreign direct investors and kill them after they have domesticated. I have thrown a challenge. I want to see GIPC or anybody tell me the growth of foreign direct investors after they have located in this country 5 years and beyond. I want to see a publication from GIPC and that over the last 20 years, this is how FDIs have grown. These are the number of people they have employed, etc., etc. Because the FDIs get domesticated. And if they cannot be sustained whilst domesticated, they will move away. The local ones will stay. But again, we have the habit of trying to cure our macro challenges by killing the micro. And what ends up doing is that we kill both the FDIs which came and the local investors who stayed or who originated from here. And this is a mindset we need to tackle. So that's an important thing I encourage the panels to be looking at. Now, the attitude to monetary and fiscal management of the economy also need to be re-engineered. It has been said, and I want to repeat, and I have been a major campaigner to this, that the attitude of inflation targeting will never solve our inflationary problem. I've said it over and over and over, and I want any economist in this room or elsewhere to argue with me as to how inflation targeting has solved the problem. An economy which has 20% or more interest rate cannot be, as it were, stabilized with monetary policy. And let me explain why. The biggest mistake we make is that we assume that anti-inflationary measures in the West, which leads to reducing inflation with monetary policy increases, will work here. That is a basic mistake of forgetting that all economics is behavioral. People work, and that is why there is economics. It is not because of economics that people work. We are reversing it. So if a people behave in a particular way, unless you change their behavior, the result of that behavior will always be there. And it's important that we deal with this behavioral attitude instead of using Western-style anti-inflationary measures at inflation targeting. If it worked, the consistent 5 increases in monetary policy by the Bank of Ghana will have reduced inflation. I've said this over and over again. I know some people who don't like me for this, but some of us must continue talking. And just to give an example, yesterday I was pleasantly surprised to meet Kweku Kwating, Honorable Kweku Kwating, and I've been observing him from afar. Why was I pleasantly surprised? Because he's the new chair of the Economic Committee of Parliament. I've been speaking for more than 5 years that this country, under the 1992 Constitution, has never had a committee in Parliament that looks at the economy. If you haven't heard that before, the first time was in June 2024. Because we've always had a select committee on finance. Finance is not the economy. And to clarify, Parliament has 2 types of committees: standing committee, which is always there for things which are permanent, and select committees which mimic the government structure. Because we separated NDPC from finance, Parliament has never had a committee looking at the economy. A nation like this, which has no parliament checking the economy and checking only finance, is doomed to fail. And I've been speaking about it, so I was pleasantly surprised that Parliament amended this standing order and now created an economic committee. And I think there's no better person to chair than Kweku Kwating. And that's a pleasant surprise. So those of us who keep talking must keep talking in non-partisan manner. They hear. And one day somebody will do it. And that is why Ghana Economic Forum is something we must continue doing. Having said that, the structure of our economy is such that we are already borrowing at more than 20%. If you have that and your power tariff is high, what it simply means that local production is already stifled. And therefore, your inflation is caused more by lack of supply. Now, if foreign production is cheaper, it means you will spend more dollars importing things into the country. This is just simple common sense. That is why the FX challenges is always pushing our economy into the problems. We won't solve any problem by increases in monetary policy monetary policy. And more and more people, actually I was happy to hear Deputy Minister of Finance say the same thing just last week. More and more people need to talk about this. We need to look at how we change behavior. If there is one good thing that I remember from the Champon regime, they made a conscious effort to change our consumption pattern. Every regime has its mistakes at its positive sides. And these are some of the things we need to re-engineer. And I think it is important that we think about these things in our deliberations today. We need to create a fit-for-purpose policy and behavior at all levels to ensure that people do not behave in a way that drives our economy into the problems that recurs in every 5-year cycle. By the way, there is something about Africa which is interesting, and I have thrown this challenge over and over. Just look at many African countries. As soon as you get into the index of the fastest growing economy, in 5 to 7 years, you will go down into a distressed economy. So, and that is why, we go to IMF every 5 years. In fact, if you strike the 17 times that we've gone, we go up approximately 3.5 years. So I'm expecting another IMF extension, whichever government takes over. So just have that in mind. Now, on NDPC, which is the one which is supposed to plan our economy as a whole, I had a meeting with a few of them, the directors, just last week, and I made a recommendation to them that they should re-engineer their approach to the National Development Plan. What they have been doing is that they invite the parties to come and make input at a stakeholder forum, and they do the plan. I think they should reverse it. They have the plans. They should send the plans to the political parties, send copies to all media, and make copies available to everybody at a website. And when the political parties publish their manifesto and they go to media houses, the media houses should be questioning them whether they have factored these plans into account. That is the way to re-engineer it. And when I spoke to the NDPC, they said they are taking it seriously. Some of us have taken the duty upon ourselves to be speaking openly and speaking to people who engage us. They were in my office for a very long time, and I'm going to engage them again. Nobody's paying me for that. But some people must continue to work for this nation. And I think we should continue to do that from all angles. So as you deliberate on the various issues from finance, agric, energy, etc., I suggest that you are guided more by suggestions on how to re-engineer our mindsets and attitude, and how we can stimulate and unlock the abundant opportunity this country possesses. Personally, I'm a very, very hopeful person about our future, and I'm very optimistic, notwithstanding all the challenges. When I say that, people get surprised. There's a reason for that. There are 3 ways people get disappointed when it comes to hope in the economy. One is when they don't have confidence in themselves that they can achieve what they have said to do for their business. If you have confidence in yourself, you will become resilient irrespective of the challenges. The second is when they get overwhelmed by the circumstances around us, the circumstances within the economy itself. The third is when people repose their confidence in politicians and expect that politicians will change their business overnight. I think over the last 40 years, there is enough evidence that politicians are not going to change our businesses. What I think should be done by businesses gathered here is to never give up the fight, to be talking to politicians, cooperate with them, collaborate with them, but don't be partisan. Tell them when they get it wrong, because if you suck up to them in your individualistic collectivism, what you are going to do is when the economy gets broke, they are going to impose taxes on you and destroy the very businesses that you have built on their back. It is on this basis that I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
One more time for Mr. David Ofosudote, founder and senior partner, AB David & Law. a Pan-Africanist, an eternal optimist, and in the mood of a beautiful patriot. We thank you for laying the foundation, for unlocking opportunities. Please do it one more time. Re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. If you're joining us on radio, on television, or online, we welcome you to the 13th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum, brought to you by the Business and Financial Times in partnership with KPMG and Arthur Energy as our exclusive knowledge partners, and with support from the Bank of Ghana, Jospon Group, Fidelity Bank, the Ghana Stock Exchange, Olam Agri, Omni Basic Bank, Minerals Income Investment Fund, Stanbic Bank, Bank of Ghana Hospital, VRA, GOIL, FDA, GNPC, SIC Life, MPS Ghana, and Exim Bank. Our media partners are Sasi Radio, MX24, TV3, City FM, 3FM, Happy FM, YEM, ZFM, and Metro TV. Talk of that one word, or those 2-3 words which rally us around as a nation. This year, given the importance of the economy, the Ghana Economic Forum proposes one simple phrase: Ghana first. So we're going to do this together. GEF 2024. There's an easy way to do it. Take out your phones and make sure you capture as many people within the precinct of your phone. Oh, please, let's do it right away. I beg you, as many as can. Just take out your, unless it's a yam, then that one, may God help you. But let's do something special right now. Just take out your phone, make sure you capture as many people within the precinct of your phone, and when we say GEF 2024, you say Ghana first. Can we do that together? So let's go. 1, 2, 3. GEF 2024. For the second time, GEF 2024. And for the last time, GEF 2024. I beg you in all the names of God, populate social media with these photos. Just send them out there. Tell them that Ghana first. This is our mantra for GEF 2024. In moving on, we're joined by the Secretary General of the AfCFTA. Our brother, Mr. David Ofosu-Dorte, says we suffer not from a lack of vision, but from the abandonment of the vision induced by external factors. Today, Ghana sits among a committee of nations which proposes one single African market where there's free movement of goods, services, investment, and skills. If we get this right in Ghana, how will it trickle down to every other African nation? The answers lie with the Secretary General of AfCFTA. Make welcome His Excellency Wamkele Mene.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Thank you very much, Program Director. It is a pleasure to be with you today. I want to thank the organizing committee, Business and Financial Times of Ghana, for inviting me to be with you today. I was already on leave, and my colleagues reminded me last night that we have this commitment today. And so that's why I am not wearing a suit and a tie, because I'm already on my leave mode. I'm very happy to be with you today. The theme, unlocking opportunities, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. If I may broaden it slightly and amend it to include the word Africa. So re-engineering Africa's economic model for sustainable development. Because I believe that the opportunities, the challenges that will be explored over the next day or two are equally applicable to many countries across the African continent. Africa's economy has confronted a multitude of challenges in recent years, as was discussed by the previous speakers, caused by a combination of internal and external factors. Tightening global financial conditions, supply chain disruptions, geopolitical and geoeconomic tensions, subdued global demand for commodities. All of these factors have weighed quite heavily on the continent. Of course, the lingering effects of COVID-19, many countries are still recovering from the fiscal challenges that resulted from COVID-19 and the ever-present challenge of climate change. Extreme weather conditions compound all of the challenges that we have been confronting in recent years. Africa's economic outlook remains overshadowed by concerns over debt, persistent inflation, climate risks, and political uncertainties. The continent's vulnerability is further underscored by severe food insecurity, affecting approximately over 60% of Africa's population, significantly higher than the global average of 30%, according to the Food Agricultural Organization. Despite these challenges, the continent is well poised to continue its economic recovery, with growth expected to increase from 3.2% in 2023 to 3.5% in 2024. This modest improvement reflects potential benefits from a slight improvement in global economic outlook and a recovery in domestic demand, crucial for countries that have confronted economic shocks from various adversaries, including currency depreciations, electricity shortages, and food insecurity, as I indicated. However, amongst all of these factors, Africa's merchandise trade experienced a decline, falling by 6.3% to $1.3 trillion in 2023 from $1.4 trillion in 2024. This contraction was influenced by escalating geopolitical tensions, the protracted war in Ukraine, the recent outbreak of conflict in the Middle East, which fueled policy uncertainty and led to persistently high interest rates that have dampened investments. Slow growth in China and other major economies also weakened global demand for commodities, affecting the continent's exports while increasing import costs, again, as we heard this morning, particularly as most African countries are net oil importers. My view is that in all of this, there is a solution. In all of the challenges that the continent faces, as we seek to re-engineer Africa's economic model, we have a tool at our disposal, and that tool is the AfCFTA. You will recall that in 2020, Africa's exports to the rest of the world reduced by over 35% as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and global markets shutting down. This should be and is a wake-up call for us Africans that we must deepen intra-Africa trade in order for us to be self-sustaining as a continent. There are three ways in which we can re-engineer Africa's economic model: industrial development, food security, that is agricultural development, as well as in the area of trade policy. Let me start with industrial development. Africa's industrial capacity must improve. We must trade more in value-added production, and we must consume what we produce and produce what we consume. In 2019, the continent of Africa imported $16.5 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. We imported these pharmaceutical products from other parts of the world, when in fact the capability to produce these pharmaceutical products, which are largely generic drugs, does exist here on the African continent. I'm very pleased to inform you that Africa CDC, the Africa Center for Disease Control, has been mandated by the heads of states of the African Union to champion and to lead efforts at pharmaceutical production. That is to say, to improve Africa's productive capacity in the area of pharmaceuticals. The $16.5 billion worth of pharmaceuticals that we imported in 2019 is $16.5 billion worth of innovation, jobs, competitiveness, which can all be created here on the African continent. Therefore, it is important to accelerate our efforts at industrial development at a regional and continental level. I'm also pleased that under the leadership of the African Union, the heads of states, Africa CDC has now mobilized over $1 billion to ensure that in the area of pharmaceuticals production, that we have the capability and the investment that is required to ensure the continent's competitiveness. In 2022, Rwanda, Ghana, Senegal, and South Africa established the first of its kind vaccine manufacturing capability, which will spread across these 4 countries, establishing a truly continental value chain for pharmaceutical production. This is an example of the steps that we need to accelerate in order to ensure the re-engineering of Africa's industrial capability. In the automotive sector, by the year 2035, our estimates indicate that the African continent's automotive sector will amount to $45 billion. That is $45 billion worth of investment opportunities that exist. As we speak, the 2 countries that produce 1.2 million units of vehicles for the entire continent, Morocco and South Africa. However, between Morocco and South Africa, the automotive sector of the African economy will require 5 million units of vehicles by the year 2035. We therefore have an opportunity to expand our automotive sector capability, to expand the manufacturing of components across all regions of the African continent, to create jobs and to enable the automotive sector to be a driver of Africa's industrialization. Under the leadership of the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, the African Union has adopted an automotive strategy which will enable all countries to participate in Africa's automotive sector, in the procurement of components, in the reduction of tariffs, and of course, in the establishment of common standards to enable competitiveness. What we envisage is that soon, Liberia will be producing and processing rubber, that catalytic converters will be produced in Kenya, that copper will be processed in Zambia, and that there will be a truly made in Africa vehicle or a truly made in the AfCFTA vehicle in the near future. All of this, in my view, is entirely within our reach as a continent. The fact that the African automotive sector has potential to create up to $47 billion worth of investment opportunities by the year 2035 should compel us to accelerate our efforts at a single market of the automotive sector. And in this regard, we're working very closely with the private sector, with Volkswagen, BMW, Toyota, and many others to ensure that we establish a truly continental, regional value chain for the automotive sector for all countries to benefit. The last example that I wish to cite, which relates to re-engineering Africa's agricultural sector. In the year 2020, Africa imported over $50 billion worth of food. Our continent, regrettably, is a net food importer. Grains, rice, maize meal, barley, all of these grains we import from around the world. And yet, we say, and correctly so, that Africa has over 60% of the world's remaining arable land. But we are a net food importer. Therefore, the challenge is upon us, and in this case, particularly ministers of trade, the challenge is upon us to introduce trade policy tools that will enable the continent of Africa not to be a net food importer anymore, that will enable the continent of Africa to rely on the abundance of agricultural resources which we know exist, so that we import grains, maize meal from Malawi, from Zimbabwe, from Ethiopia, our milk from Uganda, our beef from Botswana and Chad, and various other countries on the continent that do have the capability to ensure the food security of the African continent. In due course, the Ministers of Trade will introduce to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government of the African Union trade policy measures that are intended to ensure Africa's food security. There are countries on the continent that do have the capability to be net exporters of basic agricultural products to ensure the food security of the continent and to reduce the cost of food. Lastly, re-engineering Africa's trade policy. As we all know, until the establishment of the AfCFTA, each region and each country of the African continent was speaking on the basis of a national or a regional trade policy. As we all know, the AfCFTA is now in the 5th year of implementation. And as we implement the AfCFTA, we have been able to establish a path towards a common trade policy for the entire continent. Indeed, not only are we establishing a common trade policy for the entire continent, but we are also on the march towards the objective of reaching a common market for Africa. All of the measures that have been adopted, all of the protocols that have been adopted point to this direction of a single trade policy for the continent. We now have a protocol on trade in goods for the entire continent. We have a protocol on competition policy, a protocol on investment, a protocol on intellectual property rights, which will enable our continent to take the necessary steps to confront public health crisis and create jobs in the process. We also have a protocol on dispute settlement to settle investment and trade disputes that may arise in future. We have a protocol on digital trade, which was recently adopted in February by the Assembly of Heads of States and Government. And finally, we have a protocol on women and youth in trade, the very first of its kind around the world, which enables us as Africans to move beyond aspirations about affirmative action for the youth or SMEs that are led by women, enables us to move into the realm of codification of these aspirations into legally binding obligations as we confront and as we eliminate barriers to trade for these important segments of our society. Therefore, the legal construct has been established with the conclusion of these two protocols that I have just mentioned. The legal construct of a common market has been established. The legal basis of a common trade policy has also been established to ensure that Africa speaks indeed with one voice. Re-engineering Africa's trade policy. These measures that I have mentioned, these steps that I have mentioned, in my view, position the African continent for competitiveness, for job creation, and for eliminating barriers that for a very long time have sustained the fragmentation that exists within regions, across regions on our continent. We have also moved beyond the legal drafting of protocols, establishing legal frameworks. We have also taken concrete steps as we re-engineer Africa's economy. We recognize that we do have to take concrete steps pursuant to the AfCFTA to make sure that the trade agreement does indeed become a living instrument. I will briefly mention some of these concrete interventions that we have made. In the year 2021, in January 2021, here in Ghana, Accra, for the very first time, we established the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the AfCFTA Secretariat, Afreximbank, as well as the African Union Commission, worked together to establish this platform to ensure that as we trade across the continent, trade can happen in local currency. The cost of currency convertibility, we estimated to be over $5 billion annually. To trade in a third currency implies that there are significant costs embedded in African trade. If you want to trade with your counterparty in Kenya, you are required to convert the Ghanaian cedi into a third currency. Your counterparty in Kenya will receive a third currency. At that point, your counterparty in Kenya will have to convert that third currency into the Kenyan shilling. We estimate this cost to be at about over $5 billion, as I've just said, to Africa's economy. We have now introduced the ability to pay in local currency as you trade with your counterparty in any part of the continent. Leveraging on digital tools that will enable local payment in local currency instantaneously at a fraction of the cost as was originally the case over many, many decades. And so we are asserting the payment sovereignty of the African continent, which is a political economy consideration, a very important political economy consideration, but at the same time we are addressing a very, very important constraint, which has been the inability to pay in local currency to boost intra-Africa trade. I am very happy that Ghana, under the leadership of the government here, of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that Ghana was one of the first countries to participate in the piloting of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which has been a resounding success. Over 115 commercial banks in Africa are now trading on the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Over 15 central banks have switched onto the platform, and more banks and central banks will adopt. The second important step that we have taken as we re-engineer Africa's economy is to establish the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. We have set ourselves a target to mobilize over $50 billion in support for trade over the next 20 years as we implement the AfCFTA. In the last 5 years, we have mobilized $1 billion, and this $1 billion will be deployed to support industrial development in countries across the African continent, to support SMEs, to support the value-added production, so that we can trade in manufactured goods within the framework of the AfCFTA. I'm very happy that soon the Ministers of Trade will start deploying the funds that we have mobilized to ensure that all countries have the requisite support that they need for export readiness, for trade within the AfCFTA, to support their small, medium enterprises, and to support the youth to take advantage of this market of $1.4 billion. Let me conclude by stating the following, that the AfCFTA, by the year 2035, seeks to double intra-Africa trade, and by the year 2050, when Africa's population will have the youngest population in the world, we seek to ensure that the continent of Africa is the 7th, the 6th, or the 5th largest economy in the world. And I believe that where we are an integrated market as a continent, that all of these aspirations are indeed within our reach. I conclude by wishing all of us very, very good deliberations over the next few hours. It is now my honor to declare the 13th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum duly open. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Your Excellency, Thank you very much for those very thoughtful words. If it pleases you, I'd like to invite to join you up here for a ceremonial photograph, our CEO together with our board chair and our speakers, our keynote speaker, Mr. David Oposudote, our youth speaker, Madame Nanefua Dankwa, together with our partner, KPMG, Mr. Evans Asare, photographers, please guide us. Are we better on the stairs or we're better up here? I shall invite two other groups to join. The first will be with all speakers, panelists, and moderators. All speakers, moderators, and panelists, please join us now. Please re-engineer your walking, I beg you. Recalibrate your steps. The last will be with representatives of our sponsors. So right after this, moderators, panelists, you please move over to your seats as I invite all our sponsors, representatives each.
Listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange, exposed MTN Ghana to a much larger market.
Panelists, thank you very much. Now all our sponsors, just a rep from each organization. Our sponsors, a rep from each organization. And this will be the very last. Ladies and gentlemen, respectfully I ask for a round of applause. We thank you very much, Your Excellency, Wamkele Mene, for that broad overview of how Africa's economy can be reimagined and re-engineered for sustainable development. What we want to do now is to zoom straight into action based on this great folder we've received from all our speakers. It's my pleasure to invite our moderator for the next session, who will dwell on a robust financial sector, political leadership, and national development plan as key. Please welcome the one, the only, Mr. Bernard Avler, GM, City FM, City TV.
Thank you. Were you clapping for me or what were you doing? You people. Thank you very much, Jerry. I'm just borrowing your sheet. So I'd just like to call the panelists to come up for the discussion. Richmond Frimpong, a financial advisory consultant, please welcome him. Thank you. Miss Abena Amwa, who's the MD of the Ghana Stock Exchange. Abena, good to see you. Please come up. Dr. Eben Amma, who's a former commissioner, NDPC. Lawyer Kwame Jantua, chairman, oil and gas sector, AGI, and chairman on Agric sector, GEPA. Wow. I'm aware a lot of things have been taxed in Ghana, but applause is not one. So I don't know why you guys have been, been so stingy. Yeah. And we'll also be joined by Kofi Abochi, who is professor of law, Dean UPSA. He will join us virtually, so if you see him, you can clap for him. He will join us shortly. All right. So I'd like to sort of introduce a topic before we go on. It's very complicated. So I like to read the brief, then we'll work together on it because it's very serious. So, hello? Good. So, the topic for the day itself is very big, right? Re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. That's like a whole PhD thesis. Then they've added a colon, and they said a robust financial sector, political leadership, and national development plan, all inside the same topic. It's very wild. And then they give an explanation. So I'm going to tell you what you are supposed to do based on what they've asked us to do here. Then I'm going to leave you to do it, because now the session seeks to devise, and I think we are doing this together. So please don't laugh. You're all part of this problem. We are devising ways by which we can model our economy to be competitive in the midst of the ever-evolving global economy. Panelists are expected to suggest strategies and models that will ensure value addition to our natural resources. How we can attract inflows into the economy. That's problem number 2. And a development plan that will ensure consistent development regardless of the political party in power. I thought this was wild enough. Then he said, furthermore, panelists are to devise strategies that will ensure that we have a vibrant financial sector with the capacity to support economic activities, businesses, and capital investment projects. Equally, you are also to address the issues of political leadership needed to bring about massive economic transformation. It's very serious. And you have how many minutes, Jerry? How many minutes do we have to do this thing? Like 20 minutes? So those of you at the back, just start praying for us, because I don't see how we are going to do this. So this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to propose. I like the first 2 speeches. They were very good. I think David kept it simple, and I think the after guy also made it very easy. I even took notes from what David said. And in a sense, they've started answering the question for us. So maybe what I'll do is everybody will add something to what they've said from the angle that you are coming from. And then we'll just, because if we say we are going to do this thing today, we won't finish. So I'm just putting it out there that the question paper, we can't answer it. It's too complicated. So we will use this is too wild, right? Now, what did I hear from David? I like David. He keeps things very simple. He gave me 2 things to think about. Inflation targeting is not working. All economics is behavioral. He spoke about the behavior change. I thought that was wonderful. And David has been speaking about this for a long time. So, and then I also like the after guy, because he even made it easier, because he even gave us 3 areas: pharmaceuticals, automotive, agric. Very nice. All right. So they have spoken about the topic from their angle. So this is what I'm going to do. Each of you has an angle. All right. Development plan, stock exchange, capital markets, financial services, and then you are AGI, oil and gas consulting. So maybe I would like give each of you like maybe 2 minutes to talk about how you see this re-engineering of our economic model from a development planning perspective, right? And then from a capital markets perspective, from a financial sector perspective, and then from your perspective is very complicated, from your perspective. Then Kofi Abochi will also talk about I guess he's a lawyer, so he'll do like legal perspective. Please, am I making sense here? Because if I say I'm going to go here, we won't finish. So I'll start with Dr. Ama. You are a development planner. So just give us some insights into how you think we can re-engineer our economic model for sustainable development from the perspective of development plans, right? Maybe a couple of minutes. Then I'll come to capital markets, Abuna, and then we'll work our way like that. So please, let me start with you. It's Dr. Ama. You have a mic? Sorry. It's in the road.
Hello. Wonderful. Hello. Good morning. I'd like to quote a sentence from Kwame Nkrumah's development plan. From the foreword that was actually written by J.H. Mensah. J.H. Mensah also became the Finance and Economic Minister under Buzia, and under Kufuor, he became the chairman of the National Development Planning Commission. We all knew him as a senior minister, and I quote in the foreword, "The real value of a plan is to give the nation a sense of direction and to institute a system of purposive discipline. That alone should tell us about what a plan is supposed to do, what a development plan is supposed to do. From my perspective, a development plan should do about 2 or 3 things. First and foremost, locate where we are now, as it is now as a nation, and then cast a vision for the future. In this case, the Ghana we want. I think one of the speakers mentioned something like that. What do we want as a nation? The Ghana we want, a future state, a desired state, and then we migrate from where we are right now to where we want to be. Basically, that's my understanding of what we must do as a nation. So we can take a look at all the various sectors, from the economy, finance, to agri, to infrastructure, whatever it is, the social issues like education, gender, so on and so forth. Look at where we are right now, and then we migrate through medium terms to the final term. That's a long-term plan. And then we analyze these plans also. So, for example, in the year 2017, the NDPC formulated a 40-year plan. And the plan was about the Ghana we wanted by the time we turned 100 years old. And that plan was going to take us from 2018 to 2057. It's a 40-year journey. That's how come it was called the 40-year plan. The plan was not really implemented. So I share the view of, I think, Dr. Doty, that the problem is not because we don't have plans, but because we abandon plans. Just last year, the NDPC took a look again at the 40-year plan and did a review, and they came out with another plan, which they call, or which we call Vision 2057. Vision 2057 is basically the Ghana we want by the time we turn 100 years. This particular plan will go through 8 elections. The last one would have gone through 10 elections. 2 elections are gone already. Each election cycle will be 4 years. So for this plan, we can have 8 medium-term plans that can be analyzed as we go along the line. So from my perspective, we need to take a look at where we are right now and then where we want to be, and we migrate from where we are.
Let me ask you a simple question. Thank you for this. The way our politics is set up, what guarantees that if another government comes, they will work with this plan? Because as you already said, there was a plan, and then somebody came and redid the plan. Somebody's going to come next year. So can development planning as a tool for transformation work in the current cyclical political environment?
It can work to the extent that we, all of us, want it to work. The NDP is set up in such a way that it reports to the president. So when the NDPC gives the plan to the president, it's for him to accept it or not. Mm-hmm. But if he accepts the plan, all he has to do is to take the plan to parliament. Once 2 thirds of the parliamentarians agree to it, it becomes a plan. Nobody can change it. You and I know that's quite difficult. So we really have to advocate and push hard. That's one. Push hard for the president, either this current president or the next one, to accept the plan. And all he has to do is push it to parliament. And we have to work hard and advocate for the parliamentarians to accept the plan, and that's it. Otherwise, as Dr. Doty also said, we need to keep pushing by ourselves. Talk about it and make sure that almost all the political parties, derive their manifestos from the plan. If we do that, then we can have the plan actually not abandoned.
So it's up to us,
it's up to
the
us.
people, not necessarily the executive.
I'm really wondering whether the political parties were invited here formally. Are they here?
They have an election in 4 months.
That's the point, That's the point, So we need to get them involved, really. Kick them very hard to make sure they accept the plan.
But it's good they are not here. We can plan in their absence so that when we meet them, we know what to tell them. Put your hands together for Dr. Ama. Thank you very much. So if we have time, we'll come back to development plan. Abunama, again, capital markets. I know you've worked there for many years, and luckily for us now, you are now the chief executive of stock exchange. I don't want to frame it, but do you believe the capital markets have a role to play in this re-engineering of our economic model? How do you think that's going to happen? How will the capital markets or the sector you represent help to re-engineer our economic model to where we want to get to? Abuna, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and good morning to everyone. Congratulations to BNFT on the 13th anniversary of this important discussion. Before I come to your question, I just wanted to pick up on something you said. No, we cannot plan in the absence of any significant stakeholder. So this new plan, what is the level of engagement of all the critical people that need to be consulted, that need to be part of the decision-making around this plan has gone on? Have we spent 6 months of the year aligning Ghana behind this plan so that when it goes to Parliament, it's a document every Ghanaian understands what the key thrust is, what the direction is, and it has full buy-in? Then we are committed to it, and we understand what we are going to do about it. But I think David sets off the discussion today excellently. Yeah. And I dare say one of the reasons why various plans have been abandoned is that capital markets haven't been at the center of these plans. And when I talk about capital markets, I'm talking about an important thing, two important things David said. Where is the domestic involvement, and how do we build that strong base domestically to attract foreign investors to come in and support? He challenged GIPC to do certain things. Where is the agency that's advocating for domestic savings? Putting those domestic savings together, facilitating the deployment of domestic savings into the investments in infrastructure, in startup to a mature company to a global company. And this is so important because everything we are doing is about wealth creation. It's about wealth creation for individuals in Ghana who must get a fair salary, be able to live on their wages, and have savings. We pool these savings together, invest in well-run businesses. Some will go on stock markets which have enhanced corporate governance practices to ensure the sustainability of these businesses. These enhanced corporate governances and strong investments in these companies will create wealth for the companies, employment, and return and make healthy returns to the investors in that business, or in the investors who've put their money in there. So the capital markets, in fact, are such an important tool for national economic development and transformation. And I mean, in this room, I know we can all talk about the role of stock exchanges, insurance companies, banks, investment banks, pension assets, and all of that collectively is what comes together and forms what we call the capital markets. The private sector, domestic, regional, and global investments come from this sector. And if we don't put our plans, if we don't take advantage of thinking through how we use the capital markets for that, I think we will not go far.
Okay. Let me ask you two in one question. How does the macro environment affect what you are trying to do as a capital market? As an example, inflation or currency inflation, and how, so if I bought a share of a company in cedis at X amount, and in 10 years the CD is now Y value, how does that affect? So that's question one. And question 2, in terms of what else is stymieing the capital market, do you see it more from a demand side or supply? By that I mean, is it that people don't really understand the purpose of the capital market, and therefore if there's even a listing, they are not interested, or there aren't enough supply side, so companies are not where should we attack more to give the capital market that boost it needs? So 2 in 1.
Fantastic questions, Bernard. And the first one is, of course, about the economic environment, and that affects all of us. The capital markets are a barometer of what is happening in the economy. High interest rates, depreciating currency affects all of us. I was just looking at statistics from the Ghana Statistical Service, and they were talking about our GDP at 2013 constant numbers. And let me just tell you what they said. In 2013, our nominal GDP is 29.81 billion Ghana cedis. At the end of 2023, our real GDP, and of course 2013, that number is also our real GDP, because at 2023, our GDP in 2013 numbers is 50.64 billion Ghana cedis. So in 10 years, our economy at 2013 numbers has only gone from about 30 billion to 50 billion. This in 10 years. Is that growth? That is not growth. This is what we are all feeling, and companies here are feeling. So high interest rates, high inflation rates are affecting all of us. We cannot live sustainably. And I think the discussion and the involvement around what Bank of Ghana is doing, the Ministry of Finance is doing, are important discussions for us to have. We have a ministry called Ministry of Trade and Industry. We have to decide, are we a trade country or an industry country? Because the two go separately. Maybe if we are trade, we are the importing country of AfCFTA. Ships will come here, airplanes will come here, and will leave things here and go back empty. And we are fine with that. We develop infrastructure, we make investments to support that, and we do that consistently. If we are an industry country, we look at things differently. And imported inflation, then because no one needs our Ghana cedi, we'll keep demanding dollars to be a trade country. So for me, these are important discussions to have. What is needed to grow our capital markets? First is policy. Stock exchange was set up because government realized that to facilitate the next growth of our economy, back in 1989, we needed to formalize and grow our capital markets, strengthen the banking sector, the insurance, private capital formation, etc. It is policy that drives growth. Policy around what incentives to give companies to come to the market. Policies around how to, things like privatizing our pension funds, Tier 2 and Tier 3, was created mainly to promote the formation of private capital that goes to fund infrastructure and business development. So for me, policy comes first. The education and all of that is work we are doing at the Ghana Stock Exchange to make sure that Ghanaians are empowered. But if the policy isn't supporting business growth, if interest rates are at 30%, if the cedi is depreciating, companies cannot come to the market to raise even corporate bonds because government is paying them almost 30% on treasury bills. So we need to get the economic framework well.
Wow.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for Abuna. And I need to commend you because you've been one of the leaders in the public sphere. You've not hidden This is like the third event I've seen you in the past 3 months. This doesn't mean you're not working, but I think you've seen advocacy as part of your work. So thank you for your openness and your frankness, because he's always out there championing the cause of the capital markets. Not everybody thinks that's important. So thank you for doing this. Yes, you can put your hands together for her, yeah. I have an assignment for you. She gave us 2013 real GDP in cedis, right? So it was 30 billion cedis, okay? And in 2023 is 50 billion cedis. So you use the prevailing exchange rate then, and then use the prevailing exchange rates and just convert everything to dollars, and then we can talk after.
Oh, I've done the work for you.
So I'm not even sure you can say in dollar terms it's been in that much of a growth. And it's a very serious point around macro issues, which David raises around inflation targeting, which we cannot discuss and re-engineer an economy without looking at how the macro affects everything. And I think on the macro, we've all been told, and the point she raises about trade versus industry is a very critical point as well, because sometimes they're in competition. And sometimes the overemphasis on trade affects the exchange rate, which kills everything. And if you're importing your raw materials in dollars, you are importing inflation as well, and therefore raising your policy rate doesn't address that. So these are very key issues that are being mixed, and I thank you for raising them. What I want to do is go to my financial services guy. Okay, so you are the guy who's supposed to be from the financial sector, so all my financial problems I'm bringing to you. All right. Now, AfCFTA said something very interesting. The financial sector, in a sense, is the fuel for the growth. He uses the PAPS example nicely. If you can send money from cedis into shillings, and I'm buying tea from Kenya, if I don't have to go through a third currency, it reduces the cost of transaction. All right? So the financial sector, in the view of many, is the catalyst for real trade. All right? Now, what are your views around the role of that sector in this re-engineering? Are you guys doing your intermediation the way it ought to be done? Because the way I understand financial intermediation is that Jantua has more money than he needs. I don't have any money, but I have a good idea. He gives his money to you, and you, because of your wisdom, lend it to me. And when I do it well, I give you back and you pay him. That's what's supposed to be happening. I'm not sure if that's happening. So just talk a bit around how critical the financial sector is in this re-engineering, and what's your assessment of how well they are playing that role? So it's a 2-in-1 for you.
Right, Bernard. Good morning. You know, I think there are two things, if there is anything to think about and do from this meeting. And I'll look at it from the financial services sector, and I'll just connect it to economic zones. But first, I think the challenge with our financial services sector is more of structure as a continent. And beyond structure, how we have harmonized the macro to connect into the structure of our financial services. So if you pick the universe of financial services, there is banking, there is pensions, there is insurance, and there is investments. The structure is such that regulation is literally sitting in silos. And when Abna was speaking, she was talking about how we can mobilize domestic savings to power the funding side of any effort to even industrialize. So that it is not just FDIs, but it is local, and that goes to the core and the heart of our macros. Now, that means that we have to be deliberate about the synchronization of the structures that overlook the entire financial services sector. So instead of just having a regulatory body that looks at one arm, depending on their own strength and leadership, we have a superstructure that is able to look at where domestic savings is sitting in that ecosystem and is able to churn out policy to bring it to the center to drive financial literacy that makes people take financial decisions based on a deliberate local understanding of what they have to do. And then at the macro level, it's able to power the funding sector of our economy. That is missing. So we should be able to say that beyond the Bank of Ghana, beyond the NICs, beyond the NPRAs, beyond the Securities and Exchange Commission, there is a National Financial Services Authority that is able to coordinate where funds are sitting and where we are lacking in terms of financial services intermediation, even financial service inclusion, and is able to talk to where the banks sit in regulation, where pension funds sit in regulation, where insurance sits in regulation, and where asset management sits in regulation, and is able to coordinate that synchronization. As we speak, if you pick every 10 Ghanaians, you are likely to find only 2 who are financially literate to be able to appreciate the difference between a banking product from an insurance product, from a pensions product, and even an investment product. And until that is solved, the backdrop of the challenges we have had in the last few months and years in our financial ecosystem, where the work that has gone on over years, bringing people to appreciate why financial independence and wealth creation is critical, and why it is required for somebody to put some funds somewhere for a rainy day. All those laws and those understandings have been disrupted.
All right. I understand the problem you are trying to address, but I don't know if I agree with your solution. So you have said there's banking, insurance, there's pension, there's investment, and there's no coordination in what they do. So that problem is clear. But again, I heard somewhere that what you can't coordinate, you integrate. But what you can't integrate, you coordinate. So I'm not sure if a new authority is the answer. Because there's also an economic management team. So, look, we have too many authorities. And if they're going to use the same regulatory mindset, there's going to be another bureaucracy. Don't you think the real problem is that whether it's the Ministry of Finance or the EMT or somebody at wherever, nobody is pushing a development plan, agenda, because creating another office will just pay more salaries, more V8s. I'm not sure it's going to solve the problem. People are going to fight for their terms. So maybe what you're saying is there needs to be coordination between the various levels for us to unlock pensions, get insurance to work right, so they will create savings, so there will be investment. But your solution of creating a new something there, I don't agree. Because we'll just give it to another party person and you will bring other people from... It's not going to work. So what you're trying to say is that let's coordinate the regulatory and the regulation of our financial sector, but not necessarily creating a new organization.
Not necessarily, but the coordination at the center must have power to lead.
But that's why you have an economic management team. That's why you have a ministry of whatever. Mm-hmm. I mean, do you get me? Maybe what we're saying is that...
An economic management team, Bernard, an economic management team really, as we speak, if you look at the conversation David mentioned about even Parliament, that is why there's a distinction between the Economic Select Committee and the Finance. Yes. The Economic Management Committee, as it sits, has very little structural cohesion with the financial services, and that is a problem. That is why a decision can be taken at the Finance Ministry or the Economic Management team. That robs away everything the financial service sector has done, because that understanding and cohesion doesn't exist.
So what we lack is good quality economic governance.
That is it.
And maybe that's been resolved with the new parliamentary
select committee. Correct.
Yes. Economy.
Yeah.
And because I know the regulators also have, they call it the
coordinating.
They have a working group where the 4 financial services regulators meet regularly. But maybe, I mean, there's a very good point he's made. And it's one of the things we need to look at. If we want to grow this economy, we need to look at how the whole ecosystem works.
Wonderful. Thank you. Put your hands together for him, Richmond. Thank you so much. Lawyer Kwame Jantua, I'm making you the real sector guy because you are the real sector. By that I mean, he's development planning, he's financial sector, she's also capital market. So you are real sector because from the description I've been given, chairman of oil and gas sector AGI, chairman of non-agric GEPA. So you are the guys actually producing the things, allegedly. Okay. You are the ones producing, hopefully. So what are your thoughts around this whole reengineering of our economic model? And what experiences can you share from the oil and gas and then the other sectors that you represent? That will help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. In adding to Jerry's slogan, he indicated that Ghana first, right? That should be the slogan. I'll add Ghana first, building a nation together. Because it doesn't seem that we are building a nation together. Look, we can't get development without good governance. And unfortunately, in our politics today, our democracy is more electoral and procurement democracy, where it kills added value. It kills adding value to products. I haven't seen any of the governments that have come in and tried to make the private sector the center to discuss the economy. I haven't seen it as yet. I would want a situation, and most of the people in this room, I would say they have businesses that go for Abner's type of money. We at the AGI, we deal with companies that cannot even raise a farthing, but are trying their possible best to make ends meet. So when you have a situation where common block making that is left for Ghanaians to do, you get foreign companies coming in and taking it over. What then do you say? Abner was talking about domestic financing, trying to get domestic financing. When you have a situation where government is competing with businesses for domestic financing, how do those companies work? And unfortunately, Ghana isn't like Nigeria, where Nigeria, the private sector can go and do their business without government. Our businesses seem to be tied, hook, stock, and stinker to our governments. And so you get foreign companies come in, and we've seen it at the AGI. You get foreign companies come in, and they are getting their capital at a certain low interest rate, which makes them much more competitive than our local companies. And then in the end, when they then do business, they compete with the small foreign exchange we have on our markets, which then creates capital flight. I would love a situation where the leaders of this country, and when I say the leaders of this country, I'm not only talking about the president. I'm talking about those leaders who are private sector, those leaders who have been past presidents, those leaders who are current, to say, look, guys, we have tried this private sector thing, we have tried adding value, it doesn't seem to work. Let's all sit around this table and let's choose certain sectors, even if it isn't all the sectors. Let's choose certain sectors and decide a plan for those sectors. So, I'll look at the poultry industry, I'll look at the rice, I'll look at the sugar, I'll look at jute, I'll look at housing, I'll look at education, and we all sit around the table and say, these sectors, we are having a plan for it, and every political party for these few sectors will take what they want to do in their manifesto from it. And then what do? You bring the media on board, because the media is the only place the private sector, the small tabletop who wants to move into a kiosk and then move into a shop later, will be able to go and complain about their challenges. You involve them. And then on a gradual basis, gradually, as you build and you start getting root, you then see within a certain duration of time that kind of control that we are looking for local companies to have the commanding heights works. Look, at GEPA today, there is a huge market for cocoa powder. What are we doing? We are exporting cocoa whole. You get cocoa powder when you add value to the cocoa. Huge market for cocoa powder in Malaysia. We can't supply because our cocoa beans, we don't even have enough to manufacture. The money is in the added value. The money is in the curvature. Why is it that we can't say to ourselves, all these products that we export whole, we need to get to a point where we stop, and we are stopping today. So, a gold mining company comes into the country, we want to come and mine your gold, and then we say to them, if you're not going to refine, please, we don't want you here. We don't expect you to export our bullion. We expect you to refine and add value. And then that then streams through. Look, our cement, do you know, and when this cement issue came up, I did some research, and I was surprised to find that we have all the inputs that we can use to do manufacture cement in this country. The gypsum, the polynesium,
we have clinker, everything.
Everything we have in this country. The silica sand. So why is it that we have to import? Isn't it a question of us saying, okay, if it's going to be expensive to bring this in, why don't we see doing it ourselves? If we don't have that kind of mindset, then it's going to be very difficult for us to re-engineer whatever we want to do. Because this topic, BNFT, is not the first time we are discussing it. We've discussed it over and over and over again. And it's got to get to a point where it stops. And if it's going to stop, it's up to us, not the politicians, us, to tell the politicians, you can't go down this line anymore.
Thank you.
Things have to change.
Wonderful. Please put your hands together for him. So I have a fifth panelist on the call. I'm going to take his comment. Professor Kofi Abochi, you authored an article titled Long-Term Bipartisan Policy Key for Economic Transformation. And as if by design, it came in today's edition of the paper. And it seems to be somewhat related to our topic. So maybe I'm going to ask you to comment on that article and how it relates to what we're trying to solve. And you do all of that in 2.5 minutes. So good morning, and thanks for joining us. Let's hear you.
Well, thank you, Bernard. I think just as a matter of context, it fits fairly with the conversation. And so the question I'll pose is, Ghana needs to ask itself, some countries have understood the Ghanaian and African game. And the African and Ghanaian game is that, you can buy a few officials and then pay next to nothing for resources. It is part of the reason why we are not demanding or may not be demanding the kinds of answers and feedback from investors when they come. And that is part of the reason why, as someone spoke about gold, we have been mining gold forever, but nobody is insisting, for example, that the gold be refined here. Because somebody who's supposed to provide that regulatory check is probably happy to just take something little for himself and allow them to do whatever it is that they want with their resources. So it is a competitive global economy out there. That's the first one. The second one is that we do not have the most competitive advantage. We need to get used to that. We're a small economy. We are barely 40 million. We're not even 40 million, both conservative and actual. We're not even 40 million. And therefore, we are a small economy. If you go down, if you do it, the further breakdown, you understand that very few people have the means. And therefore, in terms of affordability, it's an even smaller economy. Therefore, our strength and comparative advantage will lie in our numbers. That is where the AfCFTA comes in. With a market capitalization and GDP of 3.3 trillion, not too big, even compared to the economy of California, it presents an opportunity enough that a country like Ghana can find comfort in positioning itself to become more attractive, at least from a numbers standpoint. So that's the second point that we need to understand, that we are not the most economically advantageous place in terms of attracting investments and doing business. And therefore, we need to be strategic in our planning to take advantage of others. The third point which I made, and which is also important for us to understand, is that we do not have control over our economy. Our economy is subject to two major shocks. The first one, foreign factors and variables that we do not control, including geopolitical, including other considerations of the world pricing of oil, and a few other dynamics that invariably shapes and impacts on our economy. But the other one, which is also important, is the fact that we have too much of capital flight from our country. Whenever the big multinationals, have their receipts, the money doesn't stay here. The money goes out to shareholders and to their foreign accounts, and therefore we are more or less at best a transitory point as far as foreign investment is concerned in terms of the receipts. So these undermine our economy. But having said this, I would just like us to also make the point and add into the critical points made by my colleagues there, that we need to remember that our economy has consistently violated the constitutional obligations of our leaders. And this is one part that all of us are collectively guilty because we haven't demanded accountability. Article 36 of the Constitution, the 1992 Constitution, clearly states that it is the obligation of the state, the Ghanaian state, to provide an economy which, among others, ensures the proper livelihoods of the citizens and also ensures that the needy and the poor are helped and facilitated. Under the same article, the Constitution goes on to say that realistic remuneration of companies, resulting in companies folding up sometimes, not to mention all kinds of structural and systemic bottlenecks, including energy and others, including human resources. Somebody spoke about the fact that today we have foreigners taking over the Ghanaian jobs, like bricklaying, the middle-level handy jobs. We have foreigners taking them over. I think I would like to add to that the fact that we have also bastardized and destroyed technical education. Over the years, we've had many polytechnics becoming universities, and we don't seem to even ask the question, to what end? In the United Kingdom and other countries, they still have polytechnics because polytechnics are meant to play a particular role. They are technical, vocational in character. We have added them to the rote learning universities.
Prof, so thank you. I know you're on a roll. And I would have been surprised if I didn't hear the Constitution in this economic. When you ask a lawyer to comment about the economy, he will work his way into the Constitution. So I've enjoyed listening to you. Thank you. You've given us a lot of food for thought on the competition issue. You've reinforced the after point. You've also explained the tension between sometimes our macro aspirations and our obligation to the poor. And being a university professor, you've also brought the education point in. So that's a lot to chew on. So I thank you. Let's put hands together for him. Jerry has given me 3 minutes to give you the chance to also comment or to make some interventions. So Jerry, I need a mic if you can help me. We have heard from 5 very erudite speakers, and they have touched on everything: development planning, how we should insist that gets to be the center of all the conversations and manifestos, why capital markets must be at the center of our economic plans, wealth creation, savings, and the rest of it, how we must coordinate better financial and economic regulation, and then mindset shift, in addition to all the things he said. So we've had a lot to hear. Can I get any comment? 1, who else wants to go? 2, all right. So please, there's a mic in front of you. Introduce yourself.
My name is Edward Anianchi.
Yes,
just a comment on the regulatory things that people are talking about. Yeah. I think the regulators formed the Financial Sector Regulators Forum to ensure that coordination, to remove regulatory gaps and then the overlaps. This has now been turned to Financial Stability Council. So I am expecting the Financial Stability Council to work out all these things if they are not doing it, so that we see that our regulatory structures have now been properly put together. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Put your hands together for him. And we know the work you've been doing for the pensioner bondholders. More grease to your elbow. Thank you. I saw another hand somewhere. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Maxwell Ajimai. Permit me to go a bit biblical. In the Bible, Jesus asked, which man goes into war without first sitting down to calculate if he has enough men to face the opponent? We have AfCFTA Secretariat here, and the man spoke. Nigeria and our brothers have started exporting. The man from the National Planning Commission said, we should ask, where are we now? And where do we desire to be in the near future? And I think Ghana, we don't really know where we are. You go to the hospital with headache and you tell the doctor you have stomach ache. They will give you medication that suits stomach ache. So I'll plead, if you do a rethinking and know exactly where we are and where we desire to be. Our former president, President Kwame Nkrumah, said, until Africa produces what Africa consumes, and Africa consumes what Africa produces, we can never be independent. How can we have arable land everywhere? And we are importing 50 billion worth of food. I am into food. My company's slogan is food for the people. But you struggle. The bankers, you give them proposal for food value chain. And they want you to bring proposal for import clearing at the port. We are not there. We should know where we are in order to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and good morning to everyone. My name is Courage. I'm from the Movement for Change, Afafranto Party. So we are present here. Wonderful discussions thus far. I looked at the subtopic, and it points to what I believe is the most important in all of the discussion, and that is political leadership. The present economic violence that's been unleashed on all of us, not today, 2024, but probably in the entirety of the Fourth Republic, is as a result of political leadership. So for me, that is the most important thing. We can discuss all the fantastic ideas. We can try and be isolationist, whether it's a stock exchange or what have you, but one single policy or one single executive instrument, and everything comes tumbling down. And the winner-takes-all situation that we have with the current political regime, i.e. NDCPP, is a problem. So until we have, and when I say we, I mean we the Ghanaians, decide to make a different choice that changes the direction and trajectory of our politics, we will meet like this, have all these fantastic, I've been following and participating in some of this for us since I was in high school. Nothing will change. And so for me, this is an election year. What is engaging our minds as far as that single individual who can, by signature, terminate either your life or my life? What are we doing about that? What is engaging our minds in that direction? Political leadership is the most important. Then everything else will follow. To that end, the movement for change promises a simple thing.
How much have you paid to be campaigning on our platform?
No, a national agricultural revolution that informs an industrial enterprise economy. Thank you.
Wow. You know, your name is Courage, so you are living up to your name. You chose a business summit to come and campaign. I'll take the last comment from here. Is there any more? Are there any more? One last one. Okay, so 1, 2, then we are done.
All right, thank you, Bernard. My name is Kabunate. I'm a student at the Ghana School of Law. My comment has got to do with the legal framework created, because I hear some of the panelists talk about either continental frameworks, implementation frameworks, and legal frameworks, as touched on by my law teacher, the Venerable Prof. Abochiva Zoom. And it's interesting again to observe through the interactions that we have constitutional backing. And Bernard Riley makes this beautiful point that when you ask a lawyer to comment on the economy, we always find his way into the Constitution, which is the fundamental and the granum for which every other activity, including political leadership, must be subjected to. So point is, we have that foundation that the Constitution says that the economic situation or architecture must favor the poor. However, just like another law teacher would put it, Ghana has all the beautiful laws, but its implementation. So all I wanted to contribute to the conversation is that the financial acumen we have, the panelists, after, and all that, even after when you hear His Excellency's submission, there are more legal frameworks created on at the continental level. We have the basics. Now it's about implementation and enforcement. So I feel that the financial sector can't go on to implement these framework to impact the micro level, like Prof says. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Final comment from, I saw, yes, sir.
Hi. So my name is Carl. I'm from the French Chamber of Commerce. My question is simple. You know, we've been talking over and over again over the years about, we do this government comes in, they change, everything comes to a halt. Like Abna was saying, what's the guarantee that after a change of government, the policy continues, right? It's a conversation we've been having for years, okay? And my question is this, before we got our 1992 constitution, we had so many stakeholders coming together, from the legal section, the, everyday man, the business section, everybody came together to put our constitution that we have today together. So what stops us from doing something similar, putting our heads together, bringing people from the economic section, people from the political parties, and everybody who is Ghanaian-oriented to put, a national economic plan constitutionally mandated, right? Where we know that, okay, no matter what change of government comes in, maybe there's a timeline of in 5 years we need to reach here. Wherever we have reached, whoever comes, you continue. What stops us from doing something like that? Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for all the questions. I've done enough panels to come to the conclusion that not every question needs to be answered, because the questions are in themselves insights into the way they think. So it's not I'm not saying no answer, and we don't even have time. So I just want to elect one or two of you to just summarize for us where we are going. I've already tried to summarize NDPC, development plan, capital markets, coordination of financial regulation, and there's also the mindsets that we used to even bring in FDI, and then the whole legal thing. Abena, I think I'll elect you as class prefect to give us a way forward. So at the end of the day, what is the most important 2 things we need to do, including the Ghana First Jerry has given us? What else do we need to do to move forward? Abena?
I think from the comments in the room, it's actually the National Development Plan.
Okay.
And maybe we need to reset it before it goes to Parliament.
Good.
I don't know how many people in the room here had a chance to review or even be able to tell what is this plan about and what is its key focus. We need to go back and define what is it, name it, and get really big buy-in before we adopt this plan. At the center of the plan is about ownership. We talk about everything else, but if you don't own the assets, you are not at the table to decide what happens. We just give licenses, but the ownership of the assets is not ours. And that is why developing our capital markets is important. That is what creates wealth. That is what the Nigerians are doing. Do we need another cement factory in Ghana? Dangote has built this large one, this refinery that's so big. Maybe we send our clinker to the cement factories, Diamond and Co. in Ghana, and to Dangote. And that is the structure for it. It becomes the institution that sells cement at scale for all of Africa. We send the clinker out. But what is it that Ghana wants to do well? We are 34 million people, for sure. There's something we want to do very well. Countries much smaller in population than ours have found what their collective advantages. So that process to decide what it is, we must do. And the governance issues, whether it's political, whether it's corporate, etc., we cannot avoid those.
Wow.
We must have a strong governance system. People are held to account for their actions and inactions. And I think that is what will take us forward. And our country must be led by the youth. Davis is spot on. Our country must be led by the youth.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Just to add.
Oh, okay.
The 40-year National Development
Got me my
Plan
tracks there.
had all those attributes to it.
Okay.
I was part of it. We combed the whole country, even interviewed school children to that bottom. Kinky sellers, all these people were interviewed. So why would we not accept it? It's because of partisan politics. I didn't do it, so I'm not handling it. I'm not going to be part of it. Without going into the content of it and see how that content helps the country. And if we continue to do that, then we'll always have development plans that we can't effect.
Put your hands together for the panel. Thank you very much. Mr. Jantua, I forget your surname, Richmond, Frimpong, Abena, Amwa, and Amma. I want to answer the last question. Somebody said we will talk, nothing will change. I really disagree, you know. I've started reading philosophy. You know, somebody says, by all means, marry. If you get a good partner, you'll be happy. If you don't get a good one, you will become a philosopher. Now, the contemporary German philosopher, Jürgen Habermas, he says something. He says, modernity and democracy, they meet at that nexus of rational public conversation. He calls it the marketplace of ideas. He says, in societies that market is vibrant, economic and social life improves. When that marketplace is dormant, economic life and social life suffers. He's basically saying societies that advance, they have rational conversations and the best ideas come to the top. So don't think we are just here to talk. If somebody is listening and writing and implementing, they will improve. Silence hasn't changed anything either. So don't say it is just a talk shop. It's not a talk shop. is the marketplace of ideas. Let's put our hands together for the BNFT for putting this marketplace together, because there are more conversations coming up. Jerry, please come and take over. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the back of this endorsement, help me say thank you to the one, the only Mr. Bernard Kokuavle and his panelists for a yeoman's job, fleshing out how we can unlock opportunities in. Okay, a round of applause for them. So this is how we unlock opportunities, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development through the lenses of a robust financial sector, political leadership, and national development planning. What we want to do now is to take another step where we get to re-engineer Ghana's economic model for sustainable development by concentrating on unlocking opportunities in the agricultural sector. Fast or forward-looking approach key to sustainable food supply and security. Right after this, we would go for a coffee break. When we come back, we will delve into the next conversation. Oh, my apologies. The next panel, please, is... Yes, I'm right. Technology can sometimes be deceptive. Please, I'm right. Please welcome the moderator, Mr. Richard Nunekbeku. He's the managing partner, Sustainary Attorneys.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I have the most difficult task of moderating the next session, because we are coming right after Bernard has done a very excellent job of moderating a section that all of us were engaged on. So I think they deserve another round of applause. But I also have a belief in my panelists, and I know with your cooperation, we'll be able to look at the issues we've been assigned to look at as the next panel discussion. But before I do, or before I call my army onto the podium, I want us to think about this. Today, we are all faced with increasing food prices. The affordability bracket is going beyond a lot of our people. But the danger we face tomorrow is no longer about affordability. It will be about availability. People will have money, but we may not have the food items to purchase, because we are running a risk where our farming methods are no longer sustainable because of the issues of climate change. So our task as the next panel is to look at how we can unlock opportunities through sustainable climate change resilient methods, particularly within our food and supply value chain. And in unlocking these opportunities, like the keynote speaker noted, that whenever you talk about opportunity, it means different things to different people. Our conversations about unlocking opportunities within the agricultural value chain means just one thing to all of us. That is ensuring that we all survive and have food to eat. So without much ado, I would like to invite my panelists to join me on stage. In no particular order, Mr. John Amenu, the CEO for Greenworth Farms. If he's here, he should join us on stage. We have Dr. Daniel Asari-Tre, CEO for Isoko. Dr. Abu Sakara, agronomist and a farmer. Mr. Anthony Morrison, CEO for the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana. Dr. Kojo Jesse Santo, lecturer, School of Agric and Technology, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani. And then the last but not the least, Dr. Betty Sawama Anand. If she's here, she should please join us. Okay. Okay. So before we start our panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Julian Opuni, the MD for Fidelity Bank, to give us a 10-minute presentation that will be a precursor to our discussion. So with a round of applause, let's invite Mr. Julian Opuni.
Good afternoon, all, and kindly permit me to stand on all the protocols have already been observed. I'll just spend a few minutes so that the panelists can actually carry on. And I'd like to say a big thank you to BNFC and all the other organizers for over a decade of organizing this. I think Bernard said something about the dialogue and it's not being a talk shop. But I would also ask that we ensure that after dialogue, even after an event like this, maybe one or two key issues, we deliberately take the action, a few of us actually go for it to try and create that change, as opposed to hoping that by some chain reaction, the change that we want will happen and happen very quickly. Having said that, please forgive me when I say one of the main things, I guess some of you will actually say it, which is agriculture is the lifeblood of Africa and Ghana. But for me, it's become a bit of a cliche because we keep hearing that, but in reality, what does it mean? And I hope that the conversation will focus on what the expected outcome of that lifeblood is, which for me is really around a thriving agricultural sector that translates into a thriving Ghana for Ghanaians, and also increased income for agriculture, which will then drive consumption, stimulate the local market, and also drive overall economic growth. I think climate change is one of the biggest enemies looming its head, and some of us, we sometimes take it for granted in our part of the world. But I think it's becoming very evident with the rainfall patterns we're seeing, which are becoming very unpredictable, creating risk even for financing agriculture as a result of some of the recent events that we have seen happen. It has not always been the most attractive for the banking sector. I think someone said about the financial sector and raised an issue about what they were being asked for. And I can understand that even the recent report from Bank of Ghana actually shows that the non-performing loans are increasing. And if you go into a bit more detail, you find that it's actually higher within the agricultural sector. Now, the question I ask myself, is it because we lent to the wrong project? Is it because the banks don't actually understand how to lend to agriculture? Is it because the banks have other alternatives which appear lower risk and therefore a better way to apply the resources that it holds? These are questions that I think the financial sector has to spend some time in actually answering. But one of the key things, especially from where we sit at Fidelity Bank, is a question was asked about how do we feel about the youth and the fact that the youth are gradually finding an exodus out of the shores of this country for greener pastures. And off the back of that, we launched what we call the Green Tech Challenge. We're looking at the best ideas. We're looking at giving grants of about 1 million cedis to young people with great ideas that we can move it from ideation to commercialization. And the idea is something we potentially look to repeat based on the fact that if we I know it's a small amount, 1 million cedis, but if it creates one or two of those real huge organizations that create change, and the focus on that is how do we come up with solutions that impact positively on the looming dangers of climate change and also increasing access to finance for farmers, etc. And so I'm hoping that through this dialogue, I'm hoping that it doesn't become a bashing session for the financial sector. From where we sit, Fidelity Bank has allocated and committed to allocating 10% of its loan book to the agricultural sector. And the way we need to do that is to be part of the dialogue, understand, stop this siloed approach in working with international agencies and donor funds when we come up with these financial structures and instruments for supporting industry. And it always is because we always come up with a one-size-fits-all approach, hoping that it will address the problem. Less siloed, more dialogue, more custom fit financial products to actually support. And so I wish you all the very best in the conversations. I'm also looking forward to a very dynamic dialogue and hopefully some ideas that we can all push forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Opuni, MD for Fidelity Bank. Now, today's conversation is within a certain framework. And we, both those of us here and those of us listening to us from wherever you are, we've heard a lot about climate change and its impact. But really, I want us to bring that home. So I'll start with Mr. Amenu. Bring it home for us. What are some of the observations you've made as a farmer as to being the impact of climate change, so that people who are listening to us and hearing it over and over again can now begin to appreciate what the real impacts are and what the challenges farmers are facing as far as climate change is concerned?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start by looking at the pattern of our crop production or farming generally in Ghana. We observe that Ghana, we do much more of the rain-fed agriculture. Maybe perhaps very small is into irrigation. So you realize that because there are extreme weather conditions, either there is drought or there is flood. And any of these does not support any good agricultural production. For example, this year, you observe that there were extreme weather conditions in the beginning or the first 4 months. In fact, I'm making reference to southern Ghana. So you realize that such drought, long drought, impacts on cost of land preparation. You also look at seed, cost of seed. You happen to maybe plow or prepare the land, are waiting for the rains, but because they are unpredictable these days as a result of climate change, you might go in and plant. It may not germinate. Maybe you have little moisture, and you are dealing with time. Then you have to go and plant again, not forgetting that sometimes these plowed or prepared land may regrow. You then have to invest money again in preparing the land. So these are some of the factors that impact negatively on crop production. Now, we can look at this first quarter of 2020 down to, let's say, second quarter. You realize that there has been shortage of vegetables like pepper, tomatoes, and garden eggs. These were as a result of extreme weather conditions coupled with some other infestation that made fruit set very difficult. You see the plants on the farm, they may have adequate moisture, but because of extreme temperatures, they failed to set fruits. So these are some of them. Now, if we veered into, let's say, animal production, or let's say poultry, extreme weather condition affects the birds as well. They may not be able to take adequate water, and that affects their feed intake. When this happens, correspondingly, you have low productivity. And if the weather is also very low, like the temperatures are low, it also has its impact on poultry production. These, coupled with others, impact negatively on agricultural production.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amenu. Dr. Betty Annan, I gathered from Mr. Amenu's experience that smallholder farmers are likely to be the most impacted as far as climate change issues are concerned. As an organization, Agric, working with smallholder farmers, what are some of the interventions and innovations you are deploying to support them adapt climate resilient farming methods? And if you can share some practical examples with us from some of these interventions, and how, for those who are listening to us who want to take advantage of it, how they can take advantage of it and become climate resilient.
Thank you. I would like to say a bit about AGRA and what we do first. So AGRA as an institution, I would say, partners with government institutions, researchers, development partners, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and many others, more of an alliance, I forgot, the private sector particularly, to deliver proving solutions or technologies to smallholder farmers. Our heartbeat is smallholder farmers, because we know that Africa's agriculture is mainly contributed to by smallholder farmers. And we aim, or we are envisioning a period where smallholder farmers can support Africa feeding itself, and hopefully the world. Most of our interventions, as I said earlier, are mainly proving through research for smallholders. And we have what we call the pluralistic extension service delivery, which has been championed and then tested and approved in so many countries across Africa, where we use what we call village-based extension officers to deliver these interventions or technologies to smallholder farmers. I would say that since our establishment over the last 17 years, AGRA has supported or created an enabling environment that enhances sustainable production for smallholders. I would say over 37 million smallholder farmers across Africa. And our main focus in that area is to make them more resilient in the production, understanding or taking cognizance of the fact that climate change is a critical issue. If we look at what we are experiencing even just in Ghana, sometimes we have extreme temperatures, as our farmer rightly said, and I was taking notes because he mentioned that the extreme weather conditions are affecting fruit setting, even for the vegetables and fruits. And if we are experiencing this in Ghana, clearly is as a result of climate change. And so AGRA works closely in Ghana with government research institutions, with implementers, to ensure that the farmers have the technologies that have been tested and tried. We worked on a number of seeds, I would say, that are resilient and climate specific, climate smart and all that, and in at least a number of cereals and grains in Ghana. And these are being used by farmers in Ghana. If you've heard of Agra rice, yes, Jasmine 85, that's one of the innovations or one of the seeds that Agra has developed through research. We have seeds in soya, millet, sorghum that are tested and climate resilient for our farmers here in Ghana. Aside that, we have introduced digital platforms and then also other platforms, what we use, we call e-extension, to enable farmers to access information, weather information, and even general information when it comes to knowing what to do, especially in the area of good agricultural practices. And I would say that that has proven very successful. And we have Isoko right here. Yes, yes. Isoko is one of our key partners, not only in Ghana, but across other African countries that have tested this technology and proven and is being utilized and extended across many other countries. And it is mainly targeted at smallholder farmers. not only do we focus on smallholder farmers, I'll say we have what we call the Partnership for Inclusive Agricultural Transformation for Africa, which is supported by a number of partners, development partners, at least 5 key development partners. I don't want to mention names. And their work, or the work we do, is to ensure that technologies that have been tested gets to the farmers, gets into the hands of the smallholder farmers. We've also just recently partnered with the MasterCard Foundation to implement, or is still in the process of implementing, the youth entrepreneurship, we usually use acronyms. So youth entrepreneurship for the future of food in Africa, and that is what we call YEFA. And this is being implemented across a number of countries, including Ghana. And it's basically to support the creation of an enabling environment to allow youth, not only youth, people living with disability, and then also women, and our emphasis on young women to be attracted into the agricultural space and produce not only as smallholders, but work as businessmen and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. A hand of applause for her. I'll go to Dr. Kojo Jesse. From Dr. Betty, we hear a lot of research informing the intervention that AGRA works on. From where you sit as an academician or as someone from the academia, do you think we have a missing gap, particularly when it comes to some critical research that needed to be done in terms of seeking to improve agricultural productivity? Because if it is true that AGRA and the likes are focused on research, but we are still not where we are, then it suggests that there are certain things that we are not doing right. Do you see any gap? And if there is, what should we be focusing on for purposes of increasing agricultural productivity?
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. We all know that currently we are facing challenges when it comes to climate variability. And basically in crop farming, we all know that hybrids adapt to stresses better than the open pollinated crops when it comes to maize production. But sometimes on the ground, it is a different thing altogether. Why am I saying that? These hybrids have high nutrient content. And because of that, they are able to attract a lot of pests, especially when it comes to insect pests. So they live principally on such crops for nourishment. So at the end of the day, if the farmer is unable to control them at the right time, the farmer may end up losing everything to pests. Now, our local varieties do far better in Ghanaian conditions than the hybrids. But sometimes it is very difficult to come out clearly with some recommendations. But on the field, that is what is being observed. So as a researcher, I'm of the view that we begin to develop our local planting materials so our crops can do well in our Ghanaian conditions. Now, apart from that, we always give blanket recommendations. Sometimes we have to look at the location. Some of the crop varieties do better in some areas, even within the same agroecologies, than others. It's a point to note and act accordingly. Now, when it comes to Soil fertility management is also another issue. We've been following the blanket recommendation for some crops, especially when it comes to maize production, that after 2 weeks after planting, you need to apply NPK, then 6 weeks after planting, you give it top dressing. But that varies with the variety you are using. If it is maize, is it OPV or hybrid? We all know that the hybrids are early maturing varieties. So if you go by that blanket recommendation, it may be a big failure. We need to look into that. Then, some of the varieties also adapt differently or respond differently to some of the fertilizer types we have on the market. And personally, I have observed that. I'm a farmer. I have observed that in my locality. Now, what can we do as researchers? I think it is a very critical area to look at. When it comes to climate change issues, we've been advising farmers to go into diversification. It could be crop livestock integration or intercropping, agroforestry systems. Studies on these cropping systems are limited. Are they location specific, or we are just giving general recommendations? We need to look into that very well. Crop protection is also another area to look at. Currently, there is a new disease called citrus leprosy, caused by citrus leprosy virus in oranges. I think researchers are now going to look at it. It's a new disease. Cashew mildew, powdery mildew in cashew is also another disease currently that needs close attention. Now, on weed management, we have herbicides, both broad spectrum and selective herbicides. Currently, the major challenge is with the selective herbicides, especially when it comes to cereal crop production. Most of them are unable to control some of the grasses. We have one weed called crabweed. It is now a serious issue in cereal growing areas in the country. And sometimes farmers end up losing close to 90% of their cereals to that. As researchers, we need to look into that. Okay. Because the farmers vary the rate of application, thinking they could resolve it, but the story remains the same. What are we supposed to do? Fall armyworm, we all know, is a serious issue in maize production. We've been trying synthetic insecticides. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it works. I know the timing is very important because we know they are nocturnal. So basically they feed in the night. But the question is, can farmers spray their crops in the night? What can we do as researchers to get these pests attracted so during the day they can still be around for the farmers to effectively target and kill them? Let me wrap up shortly.
So, Doc, we need to wrap up.
All right. Now, when it comes to usage of agrochemicals, especially pesticides, farmers carry these pesticides to water bodies together with their sprayers, and they fill their tanks there. They leave these empty containers around. Some end up washing them, and they use it as drinking cups or keep food ingredients in them. What is the impact of this on their health? Because when they are sick, they cannot produce to feed the ever-increasing population of Ghanaians. And I think we need to look into that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. A hand of applause for Doc. Now, I go to Dr. Abu Sakara. Doc, we've just heard a litany of issues along the total value chain as far as production of food is concerned. My question is, do we have any traditional method of dealing with some of these issues? Or how do we integrate those traditional methods, if there are any, with emerging ones and modern ones that you may be aware of as a farmer, so that we can address the whole value chain and be able to increase our food productivity?
Thank you very much. I thought we were speaking in the context of unlocking opportunities and re-engineering Ghana's economic model, yes, and the contribution of agriculture to that.
Exactly.
And we are not going to do that by technical solutions in the field, because that is not the problem. Production is not the problem.
Okay.
Every investment you make in production requires money. Whether it is conventional agriculture, adapted to climate change, local varieties, improved varieties, all of them cost money. The key issue about re-engineering the model is, what are you adapting it to? We asked the question earlier on, do we have an economic model? Yes, you have the central economic model and the market-led economic model. And depending on whether you're a socialist or capitalist government, you go somewhere in between them. But what they all demand is that you are able to maintain a competitive environment for your producers and entrepreneurs in agriculture. And that means the transaction costs that aggregate cost of capital, cost of fuel, cost of transportation, cost of labor, cost of machinery, all of this relative to prices determine whether you're competitive in the marketplace or not. And in many instances, it's not the farmer who decides these things. It's not the researcher. There's only so much we can do. We cannot research away high interest rates. We cannot research away depreciated currency. We cannot research away unfair competition in the marketplace. But the policy environment dictates what you can achieve. And therefore, if you want to re-engineer agriculture in a re-engineered economy, you have to decide that, yes, we're going to go, everybody now has moved to a market-led economy. Even the socialists and the communists are using market-led economics. Are you with me?
Yeah.
And even the capitalists are now using socialist interventions. When everything goes to hell, they move to interventions that restart the economy again, using central interventions. So there isn't a panacea to say this prescriptive model solves the whole issue, but you must follow principles. And those principles must help you overcome problems so that you're not at the same problem for so many years. I've sat on many of these forums. I'm now 67, by the way. And I looked around this room, and many of the people I used to see in these conferences are no longer here. And I'm glad to see younger faces around. But we're talking about the same old problems and coming with the same old prescriptions when they have not worked. So the real issue that we should be talking about now is we should have a conversational interrogation. Why have we not overcome these problems? Why have we not been able to reduce our transaction costs to be competitive? And the starting point, which I thought we would cover in the last session, you start with cost of capital. Should we have two windows? Should we have a window for agriculture in terms of lending, banking, services, and one for trade? If the nature of your economy is such that it is leaning towards trade and selling and buying, you are going to be using high interest rates because you're only using short-term loans. But if your nature of your economy is that it's based on industry and production, you have to use lower interest rates. But if you don't have two different windows and the governor of the bank says all of you use the same window, then you are going to start off already at a disadvantage. On top of that, if you have taxation on fuel, that is 60%. The same diesel that is running a taxi and an Uber is the same diesel that is running a tractor. So all these load up to your costs of transaction costs. And then you have the government interventions in infrastructure that bring down transaction costs by a quantum leap. Irrigation was mentioned. Tomatoes were mentioned. But meanwhile, you were waiting for Burkina, which has less rainfall than you, to bring you tomatoes. Where is climate change in that? Are you and me? There are the interventions you make in infrastructure to reduce transaction costs. And you have a river, 4 rivers, Dakar, Oti, Black Volta, White Volta. And as if God decided that he's favoring only Ghana because we are the center of the world, he put each one equidistant. One on the border with Ivory Coast, meanders come around, the other one in the middle, and the other one on the left, and the other one on the right, all coming into the Volta Lake. And then you sit down here with fresh water, passing at billions per cubic meter harmlessly, pass it down into the ocean to say that you don't have water. So if you don't invest in that irrigation and invest in the waterway system, which you have been given, to reduce transaction costs, you cannot be competitive in the marketplace, and you cannot start talking about making additional investments beyond conventional agriculture into climate change agriculture, which is another level altogether, are you with me, of carrying a global burden of which you are not responsible, but you have to bear the burden. So these are fundamental issues when we talk about how we will remodel. We have to remodel purposefully, and we have to remodel it taking into account that we must obey certain basic principles, and we must adhere to normal business practices and ensure that we reduce our transaction costs and stay competitive in the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. A hand of applause for Doc. I'll go to Anthony Morrison. Recently, you've been speaking strongly on an Agric manifesto. And I think Doc had laid the context for us very well by acknowledging or arguing strongly that a lot of the challenges we face in the sector is about economic policy, not really about whether we are having issues with production. From where you sit as a chamber, what policy interventions are needed to be able to support the growth that we're looking for within the agricultural value chain?
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to everyone here. Starting from where Professor Abu Sakara left, I think that our economic model is what we need to start with. If you look at the Economic Intelligence Unit's report on Ghana's food security, it stated clearly that our national sector policies are not aligned to our priorities, which is one. Then two, our sector policies are so much that they are not harmonized, such that the little public funding we have are going into those harmonized policies for its effective implementation so we can have a measured impact. And three is stating clearly that even though we have the NDPC coming up with the indicators for the ministries to come up with the policies, our big men at the political party levels are coming up with policies and manifestos. All these organizations and government and the political authorities are not committed to some of these things that they put out there. So there is no political commitment to none of these policies. Now, what do we need to do? And I'll go back to where Dr. Abu Sakara stated. We can't develop Ghana's agriculture sector with commercial lending, commercial loans, commercial credit. When a country's citizens are hungry, government imports. Government must make a deliberate attempt to develop its agriculture externalities. For instance, the rural agriculture roads that are so bad. Extension of energy and its auxiliary support systems. And also making available some post-harvest infrastructures. Okay? Let me touch on 3 key things. I'm also the chairman of the Ghana Agriculture Sector Skills Body of TVET Commission. Okay. And we look at the labor market intelligence. We also look at the skills gap between the industry and training providers. And we also look at the general system of skills importation. If you look at our industry today, we import over 60% of high-skilled people. Go to all the big companies. Majority of the managers, supervisors are all imported. The percentage of Ghanaians in there is just about 2 to 7%. All right? So as a country, do we have the skills to transform our agro-industrialization? No. 2, what is our local content approach towards developing the agriculture sector? I'll give one example. Take Ghana's seed album or catalog and ask yourself, how many vegetable seeds are owned by Ghanaians in there? It's only 1. Okay? And that is even in extinct. Okay, the Legon 18 pepper is almost in extinct. It's not even there. Ghana consumes well over $1.2 billion worth of imported vegetables. From tomatoes to onion to carrots and several of them. None of these seeds are produced here. In fact, our okra and garden egg seeds are imported. To state the fact. We now look at what again? We now look at how we can overly strengthen the local content aspect of all the various priority areas. All these sectors are all missing. And what we need to be doing as a country is this. We need to be strategic with our components. For instance, we have about 232,000 kilometers square of land in Ghana, out of which 58,000 kilometers square is available for arable agriculture productivity. What are we doing as a key derivative to make sure that all the sectors that concerns us, we are actually making use of this? Ghana have the unimodal and the bimodal system of farming, where in the south we do 2 times in a year, and in the north we do once. So what is our strategic position for all the major arable lands in the north to adopt climate resilience systems to support productivity? And the other option here, let's take the Ghana Agriculture Census 2018. One of the major setbacks of Ghana's prioritization is the fact that we do not have a credible agriculture verified data that we use to design our projects, our policies. And when you use a data that you have acquired in 2018 to inform your today's policies, to be competitive and to have a comparative advantage over your sub-region, you are setting yourself back 5 years. Because every sector agriculture policy, whether we're talking about medium, short-term, long-term, medium term of 4 years, short-term 7 years, long-term 14 years, we are setting ourselves back. So we are not being competitive. And this is where we actually need to be strategic. And the worst of it is that when you look at the census, it states clearly, we have an overage population. Okay? Going into 81, 83%. And there is no strategic effort to provide resources by the public financing mechanism towards supporting and incentivizing youth to go into it.
Agriculture.
And the final one is that, sadly, per MOFE's own data, we spent close to $900 million as at 2019 to import agriculture, engineering, equipment, machinery, and technology into the country. We are in 2024. Your guess is as good as mine as to how much we are spending now to import agriculture machinery. Our agriculture technology penetration among over 30 million smallholder farmers in the country is just about 13%. So how do we become competitive for industrialization to pick up the production that we are doing to now add value for us to be able to export? How do we then also reduce post-harvest activities, which currently hovers around $600 million to $900 million annually per our last project we did, okay? So the cold chain facilities are not available. The standards of warehouse services and on-field post-harvest losses are not being catered off. So this and several others, and these challenges actually gives us the opportunities where we need to drive and make sure that government actually focuses on making sure they increase the budgetary allocation for agriculture sector. For the past 10 years, population have increased from...
Mr. Morrison.
Let me make this final statement.
Yeah.
The population have increased from 28 million, counting to about 32 to 36 million. Population goes with financing, okay? When you have more mouths to feed, you put in more money. Meanwhile, no government in the past 12 years have given more than 3% of the budgetary allocation for the agriculture sector. Our national agriculture importation bill have risen from $10 billion getting to almost $15 billion per annum. From rice, sugar, oil, frozen chicken, frozen fish, you can count it.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. A round of applause for Mr. Morrison. Before I go to Doc for his comments, we'll give opportunity to the audience to ask questions. So if you have any questions, please note them down. We'll be allowing questions, and we'll call you to come over to the mics and ask questions. Doc, there's a new king on the block. Apart from the economic challenges, policy, production, data, technology. How can smallholder farmers leverage that to their advantage?
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone who is here. I'm very happy and excited to be sharing this platform with alongside our honorable Dr. Sakala and the team here. Yeah, right, so a lot has been said about data and how data informs policy, just like what Mr. Morrison was talking about the fact that even MOFA using 2018 data to make decisions. He made a point very clearly that if you are using data that's as old as 2018, clearly whatever you are trying to do is also actually old-fashioned. Now, back to smallholder farmers. Farmers need data to make decisions. It's just like anybody doing a business. If you don't have data, you don't have insight into what you are doing, you are set to fail. You actually raise the risk of going blindly. And so farmers need data about soil, they need data about soil nutrients, data about weather, they need data about almost everything that's required for them to become more productive. So if you're a farmer who does not know even how the soil nutrients levels are, how do you apply fertilizer that the doctor was talking about? How do you know that this is how much fertilizer I need to apply on my land to be able to get the maximum returns out of it? If you want to know about weather forecast, for instance, if you don't have data about weather forecast or tropical weather forecast, how do you even plan fertilizer application levels? How do you plan labor deployment utilization? Basically, anything that you need to do at the farm basically cannot happen. And this is where we, as a SOCO, we came in. We said, okay, how do we support smallholder farmers to have access to data that they can actually act on it and increase their production to become much more efficient? And so back in 2008, you set up a platform that allows farmers to have access to simple market price information data. So for example, you're a farmer that lives in Accra and you want to know the price of maize or rice in the north, you could just go to a platform or there a short code and get an instant feedback of the price of this commodity on your mobile phone. Now, beyond that, you also move into what you call e-extension service, where we allow farmers to receive agronomic advisories on their mobile device, either as an SMS, either as voice, or even call a call center and ask for any information about agriculture. Now, all of these things were done so that farmers can become better informed, so they can actually do much more better. There's also one thing that we also did, which was that farmers were looking for buyers, people to buy their crops. And we talk about market access for farmers. At the same time, people who also looking for the same commodity to buy. Now, how do you bring these two actors together in one platform so they can actually seamlessly exchange information? And so what we did was to set up a marketing platform that allowed farmers to sell their crops. So you could just say, okay, I have 200 tons of soybean to sell. I want to put this particular commodity on a platform. Anybody who is looking for that crop to buy can contact me, and the two of us can actually exchange and then do a trade. This is how we try to solve the information asymmetry that exists in agricultural value chains. And that's what we've been doing over the years.
Thank you so much. A hand of applause for Doc and for our panelists. We'll now go to the audience. So for those who have questions, please, if you can come forward to the mics and be brief and short. If it's a contribution, tell us so that we know what to expect. If it's a question, let us know which of the panelists you want to answer the question, and then we can do that. We may take up to 5 questions. So for those who have questions or contributions to make, please come forward. You may go, yes.
Okay. Well, my question, between 2008 to somewhere 2021, we had an issue of rosewood, illegal felling of rosewood, particularly in the northern sector, an area specifically endowed with that species. I want to know what really happened, because after the aftermath was so disastrous, or it's still so disastrous, because the climate situation in the northern sector, changed. Probably research will tell us whether that could have the quick, or could impact the quick climate situation we are witnessing in the northern sectors. Following that, we have galamsey issues, which we are still grappling with, and in constructive galamsey activities across the country, if we want to actually protect our climate situation. Then from the presentations, it seems to be academic or research disconnect from the national will in fighting, or probably in actually improving the agricultural sector, if we could probably learn something from the panel members. And to specifically Dr. Abu Sakara, I want to find out where we have placed the 3 heritage of Africa. I'm referring to tradition, I'm referring to Christianity, I'm referring to Islam. Because I think that these 3 heritage of Africa are very clear on our responsibility towards our environment, for that matter, agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doc, before you answer the last question, I'll add the first one. If you have any information on how the Rosewood saga whether it has any impact, if you can share briefly. The mic, please.
Of course, the deforestation that is happening, particularly in the Savannah zone, that is the Savannah belt, I'm not talking about Savannah region, but Savannah belt, is very important, because if we are talking about desertification, our first buffer to the desert is not the forests of the southern zone. It is the trees of the Savannah zone. And here we are willy-nilly sanctioning the culling export without even any tariff, imposing a tariff to say that, okay, if you're talking about carbon sequestration, there was so much carbon in these trees, if they're all going to China, we're imposing a tariff of this much, help us have more seedlings to replace them. That has not happened. And as a matter of fact, the deforestation problem has continued. You are having trees being planted. The last time I was on a podium like this, I looked at the planting for trees data. More than 60% of the seedlings that were planted were between Ashanti, Eastern region, and Western region. That's where the trees are already, unless you mean to tell me that you're doing that so that nobody can tell whether you've planted the seedlings or not. Are you with me? You should be planting it in the belt, which will create that buffer zone. Now, of course, there are local issues associated with these trees, in that when chiefs have even passed laws that nobody should cut a tree, they sit down and they agree and they pass that law. The policeman will arrest the truck with the tree. Then a call will come from Accra, release the truck. And then the tree says, the chief then says, well, if it's going to Accra, I might as well take my share, you know? So those are some of the problems that the very people who are supposed to be policing the policies to protect the environment are the very people who are using authority to enable companies to cut and export these trees.
Thank you very much, Doc. To the gentleman by the mic.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Fawan Isa Idi from the African Institute for Strategic Energy Policy. Oil and gas has been a driver of our economy for a very long time, since its inception, be it the exploration and then production phase or retail fuel prices. Now you look at it, both have a substantial impact on our fiscal management, which also in its own effect has an issue with capital access. They both also have a very significant impact on our GDP, about 11.62%. Equally, both also have a very strong impact on inflation, which also has its own consequences, be it on the high rise of prices in goods and then in services. Now, my question here is that it looks like because of our status as a developing country, the focus has shifted from agriculture to oil and gas, which we can't do away with, because as a developing country, we actually need that for our own growth. How do we strategically place both sectors to be able to have a sustainable development for our own country? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Morrison to give us a brief response on that question. How do we bring back Agric to the priority list for investment? Briefly.
Well, thank you. I think this is very simple. The only way we can do this is by strong government policies and commitment. Commitment and policies such that, for instance, if you go to the oil sector where you just spoke about, some of them that have visited in Dubai, when you go there, you have a very updated system on the virtuals showing you every well what they are supposed to be doing every hour. So they know by every day the quantity of oil that is drilled and what revenue they are expecting. In the agriculture sector, you come to invest your own money, and it takes you 3 months to develop a road, a trunk road from the farm to the main road. And it takes you 5 years to get energy extended to your farm. How do you become competitive and productive? Strong will of government to even inform on what farmers should produce and what quantity of food for rice, for instance, which we consume about 1.8 million metric tons a year, and maize 3.2 million metric tons a year. What informs the farmer to do maize this year or to do rice this year? The farmer only used market variation because this year maize went up, so next year they are going to do maize. But you need data, and the farmer doesn't have anything to do with data. The farmer is supposed to focus on what? Producing quality and healthy and safer food for you and I. It's government responsibility to build the data to inform the farmer what to produce and the quantity to produce. And that requires that, just a minute, that requires that when we decide to give import permits, which affect investment of you and I and all of us here in the agriculture sector, how does government arrive at the decision? What data informs government that per our production season, we are not able to meet the national food consumption? So you need critical government investment. Policies and regulations must be stronger, and making also the local content. I'll give you one example. During COVID, majority of the companies that got COVID support, majority of them were foreign-based companies in the agriculture sector. When the government regulations on taxes and all the other regulations became stronger, they moved out. Currently, as we speak, we've lost 320 companies. If we have made the strategic investment in supporting local and indigenous companies, these companies will be here today, and there wouldn't be job losses, and they will be contributing towards the economy of the country.
Thank you. A hand of applause for him. So we'll take our last batch of 3 questions, and then we'll come to our panelists for their responses, and then we'll call it a day. So please make it brief. If you are directing it to any particular panelist, let us know, and then straight to the point so that we can bring this to an end.
Thank you. My name is Maxwell Ajime. Once more, my question goes to, or contribution goes to our Honorable Dr. Abu Sakara. I think speakers upon speakers, they've all stated, now we are all market-led economies globally. There's what they call the 3 A's of product or service: availability, product accessibility, and product affordability. Now, when he was speaking, he made it very clear, if the farmer is buying the fuel at the commercial rate, he's borrowing at the commercial rate, and he's repaying at the same rate, he cannot remain competitive. Farmer Morrison also said it, that the guys coming to the oil and gas sector, they have a lot of investment incentives to attract them. I go back again to my biblical beliefs. Jesus said, when a strong man remains in his home, his things are safe until a stronger one comes in and overtakes him. So we are all alluding to the point that there are external forces driving our African economy. Why can't Ghana go into competition based on our strength? Because in the SWOT analysis, nobody goes into the competition with your weakness. Agriculture is our strength. A child born or in class 3 know how to cultivate or plant cassava. How many of the Ghanaian population understand this economics of petroleum? Why can't government, private sector, other investors channel a chunk of our money into investment in the agricultural value chain? Lawrence was once asked, I'm done, what is your economic policy? He said, when the people are full, my economic policy is good. A hungry man is an angry man. Can we make food affordable? Other things will fall in place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next gentleman. Please, your turn, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Akwete, and I have a contribution to make.
Okay. Let's make it brief.
Thank you very much. I'm happy about the topic that has been selected for discussion, because as a country, we need to think about our development and how to sustain it. But one thing from the speakers, one thing I've picked is that as a country, we make policy without enough consultation with the people who implement the policy at the grassroots level. And so very nice policy is made in Accra, but the implementation and monitoring of it has become a problem to us. And as an agrarian economy, Ghana cannot develop without taking care of our agric sector. Because we want to move to the next level, there should be production, then exports comes in. But one of the difficulties that we have is this financing that sector of our economy. It is a good opportunity. Now we are going for elections as well. Almost leadership, everybody is saying what they can do. It is our expectation that going forward, whichever government comes into power, any policy on agric, they should go down to the farmers and take their views, what will work, what wouldn't work, and come a model. If we model from Accra, we will fail. That is my contribution.
Thank you so much. I can guarantee you that all the political parties are listening to us. Yet to the last question.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Ted Ingo. I work with GB Foods. We are the makers of Gino, Obama, etc., etc. I have 4 quick comments to make based on experience of doing agriculture on a Pan-African basis. I think the agric industry is an infant industry, and part of the things we need to do is to also ensure agro-processing, to ensure we reduce post-harvest losses. On this basis, there's a need for policy that encourages backward integration by those who process things in the country. So for instance, we're going into the production of tomatoes here on 10,000 acres of farm to ensure that we source the tomatoes from in-country to process that. For industries like this, you need to provide incentives and policies that protects companies like ourselves that are doing backward integration and processing from imports, from lower, cheaper economies. Second one on financing. Now, everybody's talked about financing being too expensive. Borrowing at 32% to farm doesn't make sense. In other countries, especially, for instance, Nigeria, they had intervention funds. And farmers and those who were doing large-scale agriculture could borrow at single digits. And that resulted in a lot of people borrowing these funds to do farming. It achieved some results. We ourselves were able to benefit from that, and were able to construct a large 4,000-acre farm doing tomatoes in Nigeria, processing there today. So most of the tomato we use in Nigeria, we grow and we process in Nigeria. Thanks to the intervention funds, the cheaper financing we got there. The infrastructure side is still a challenge, but that funding was good. The third point, which I've heard a lot of panels talk about in terms of infrastructure, government has the challenge of budgetary constraints in terms of the amount of money they have to do these kind of things. But there are funds out there from other institutions. And I'm very surprised that in Ghana, we have not taken advantage of 2 cheap sources of funds to get into agriculture. Number one is the staple agro-processing zone funds from the African Development Bank. This, in a country like Nigeria and some other countries, Nigeria has harvested almost $600 million from this fund. Ghana is not talking about it. And I think Ghana could tap into this. When you get these funds, they will create agro-processing zones, provide the roads, the power, the schools, etc. And that's one of the key challenges, as one of my colleagues was talking about, keeping the cost of doing business in agriculture low. The second one is the common African agro-parks of the African Export-Import Bank. This has, I think they have about $6 billion available for these things. Ghana has not put themselves forward to get these things. And there's a lot of potential for agro-parks here in Ghana. And I think those who have access to the systems and to the civil service and to all these other government agencies should push for Ghana to tap into these 2 sources of funds. The last thing I'd like to talk about is talent. The sad truth is that our youth are not as hardworking. Some people have used the word lazy. They don't want to work. When you try to recruit them, the first thing they want to ask is, how much will you pay me? Before they even start working, they're trying to know about pay. If our youth don't change their attitude, the average age of a farmer today is over 60, getting close to 70. But the young ones who should be fighting to come into agriculture are only worried about getting on Instagram, TikTok, and getting money from that way. Instead of doing proper agriculture, we need to reorientate them. And that starts at secondary schools. I'm glad to see some here in the universities to get them to thinking differently so that we can get young people coming to agriculture who can tap into this $30 billion, $30 trillion industry by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very big round of applause for him. If you are looking for a summary of this panel, I think he has given us a summary of what we've been discussing. And we wish to use the opportunity to thank our panelists for joining us for this insightful discussion. If you are thinking of having any meal after this session, then you must remember the farmer not only in prayers, but also in your advocacy wherever you find yourself. We need to support the agriculture sector to make sure we continue to have food on our table and also be able to develop our economy. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me appreciate our panel and the able moderator, We thank you very much for lending us your great insights. And since we've talked about unlocking opportunities in the agricultural sector, it means right after this we need to get some food. What do you think? I have good news first before we break out for coffee, tea, and some snacks. We are joined today by some special friends who happen to be our partners. Allow me to just share the good news that they come bearing. The Bank Hospital is proud to be the medical partner or sponsor for today's event. They are a one-stop shop for patient-centered quality care in Ghana and beyond our borders. They have set up in the alley, just right here, offering the following free services. Visual acuity and fundoscopy tests. I don't know what they are. Go and find out. Random blood sugar, that I know. BMI checks, body mass index, and then other vital checks. Participants are also covered should there be an emergency situation. We have an ambulance on standby. They could pass through during the coffee breaks as required to have these tests done spot on. The Bank Hospital says good health for everyone. The Bank Hospital, service to the nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to the Bank Hospital, to their stand, to acquaint yourself with all their services on hand. We shall break for coffee and tea and reconvene here at exactly 1:45. When we do come back, this is how it's going to pan out. We're going to have 2 breakout sessions. The hall will be partitioned into 2. The first part here will be the energy breakout room. And then the second one will be the SOE, state-owned enterprises. For the energy sector, they're going to be talking about sustainable energy financing and distribution, key to driving economic activities and growth. And for the SOEs, their focus will be on the future of state-owned enterprises as catalysts for national development. You can choose any of the 2 to attend. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next 30 minutes, coffee, tea, bon appetit.
Drill, baby, drill. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings and warm wishes from the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Herbert Krapper, on whose behalf I deliver this speech. It is a great honor to stand before you today to discuss a topic of paramount importance to the future of our nation, unlocking opportunities by re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development. My speech will focus on the role of Ghana's energy sector to unlocking opportunities for sustainable development. Over the past few decades, Ghana has made significant strides in economic growth. However, to ensure sustainable development and a prosperous future for all Ghanaians, we must strategically shift our focus, particularly in the energy sector. Energy is the lifeblood of any economy, influencing every aspect of our livelihood, from industrial growth to social well-being. Thus, addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities within this sector are essential for our nation's progress. Let us begin by examining the current energy landscape in our country. Our energy mix comprises hydroelectric power, thermal power, and an increasing share of renewable energy sources such as solar and biomass. We have reached an electricity access rate of 88.85% of the population, one of the highest in the sub-Saharan Africa. We have also an improved reliability to support industrial growth under the 1D1F government initiative. Despite these resources, we face a few challenges, which include affordability and environmental sustainability. Energy security is crucial for our nation's development. Without reliable and affordable energy, our industries cannot thrive, our academic institutions would not function effectively, and our healthcare services wouldn't operate at optimal capacity. Therefore, it is imperative that these challenges are addressed to pave way for a sustainable energy future. The good news is that there are immense opportunities within the energy sector. First of all, Ghana is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources. Our country has significant solar potential, especially in the northern regions, where sunshine is plentiful. Additionally, we have untapped wind resources along our coastlines and biomass, potential from agricultural waste. Harnessing these resources can drastically reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and create a cleaner environment for future generations. Secondly, technological advancements are transforming the energy landscape. Innovations in solar technology, energy storage, and smart grid systems are making renewable energy more efficient and cost-effective. By embracing these technologies, we can enhance our energy infrastructure, improve efficiency, and reduce losses. Thirdly, the Ghana Nuclear Power Program holds great promise for job creation and economic growth. Developing clean energy projects in nuclear, carbon capture, and renewables will create numerous employment opportunities from construction and maintenance to research and development. These, in turn, will stimulate local economies and improve living standards for our people. To unlock these opportunities, we must re-engineer our economic model. This requires a comprehensive approach, focusing on policy and regulatory frameworks, investment in infrastructure, capacity building, sustainable financing mechanisms, and environmental and social considerations. The implementation of supportive policies and streamlined regulatory processes encourages investment in clean energy. We must create an enabling environment that attracts both local and international investors. This includes providing incentives for private sector participation and fostering public-private partnership. Clear, consistent, and transparent policies will build investor confidence and drive the growth of our energy sector.
Upgrading our existing energy infrastructure is essential for improving efficiency and reducing losses. Investing in smart grid technologies will enhance grid stability and facilitate the integration of intermittent renewable energy sources and clean base load hydro and nuclear energy sources. Furthermore, developing decentralized energy systems will ensure that rural and remote areas have access to reliable and affordable energy, bridging the urban-rural energy divide. This has led to a provision of electricity to island communities. 5 of such mini-grid projects are in operation, whilst 3 are ongoing. Under the Scaling Up Renewable Energy Project by the Government of Ghana, 35 island and lakeside communities will be electrified to boost socio-economic activities. To sustain the growth of the renewable energy sector, we must invest in capacity building education. Enhancing technical education and training programs will equip our workforce with the necessary skills to support clean and sustainable energy projects. Promoting research and development in clean energy technologies through collaboration with universities and research institutions will drive innovation and position Ghana as a leader in sustainable energy. Financing is a critical component for global energy transition. We must explore innovative financing options such as green bonds, climate funds, and international partnership to overcome this hurdle. Encouraging local financial institutions to support renewable and other clean energy projects through favorable loan terms and risk mitigation strategies will ensure that adequate funding is available to drive our energy transition program. Finally, it is essential to ensure that our energy projects are environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. Implementing policies that protect our natural resources and promote biodiversity will safeguard our environment for future generations. Encouraging local communities in energy projects and addressing their needs and concerns will foster social acceptance and support for renewable energy initiatives. To illustrate the potential of these strategies, let us consider some successful clean energy projects in Ghana and other African countries. The Bui Power Authority 5-megawatt floating solar power station, the largest in Africa, and their 500-megawatt land-based solar hydro hybrid plants have demonstrated the feasibility and benefit of large-scale renewable projects. Similarly, Kenya's Lake Turkana wind power project, the largest wind farm in Africa, has significantly contributed to the country's energy supply and economic development. These projects highlight the importance of visionary leadership, supportive policies, and collaboration between government and private sector and communities. By learning from these examples and applying best practices, we can overcome challenges and accelerate our transition to a sustainable energy future. In conclusion, re-engineering Ghana's economic model for sustainable development in the energy sector is not just a necessity. It is a pathway to a prosperous future. By leveraging our abundant energy resources, embracing technological advancement, and fostering inclusive growth, we can unlock immense opportunities for our nation. Let us work together, government, private sector, and civil society, to drive this transformation. Together, we can ensure a sustainable, energy-secure future for all Ghanaians, paving the way for economic growth, job creation, and environmental sustainability. Thank you for your attention and commitment to sustainable development. I thank you.
One more time, a round of applause for the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy, the Honorable Herbert Krappa, speaking to us so eloquently through his deputy, the Honorable Collins Adumako-Mensah. Thank you for articulating so well the role of Ghana's energy sector to unlock Ghana's economic development. You spell out some amazing success stories from clean energy projects on their feasibility and sustainability, which give us enough perspective to really flesh out sustainable energy financing and distribution, keys to driving economic activities and growth. Here to moderate this wonderful conversation is broadcaster Mr. Fritz Delanyo Amagashi. Please make him welcome with a round of applause. You're shocked I mentioned your name like that.
Yeah, you did. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jerry, for that awesome introduction, and indeed the Deputy Minister for giving us the great introduction as well. Now, we're getting into the session pretty soon, but before we do that, we need to meet our panelists who are well-resourced to guide us through the discussion. So, in no particular order, I'll be mentioning their names, and with a round of applause, we'll be receiving them on the stage for us to kickstart the discussion. Dr. Nida Kwasanti, energy consultant, please put your hands together for him. A round of applause for him. Dr. Benjamin Batin, School of Energy, University of Energy and Natural Resources. Is Doc here? Right, let's put our hands together. Dr. Charles Jimfield for a policy lead, climate change and energy transition, ASAP. A round of applause for him. Ralph Osebwa for Associate Director, KPMG. Ralph, right. And Sydney Ni Aite Tete, Executive Vice President, Starbank Bangana. Sydney, right. Let's put our hands together. Now we have our panelists who have joined us. We are ready to set the ball rolling to have this conversation on sustainable energy financing and distribution, keys to driving economic activities. And just before we go into the meat of the conversation, I just want to give you a bit of context. Now, the total installed capacity for existing plants in Ghana is 5,134 megawatts, with a dependable capacity of 4,710 megawatts. Now, thermal generation accounts for the largest share of Ghana's power generation, representing 66%, with hydro accounting for 33%. Now, Ghana produced 48,000 barrels of oil in 2023 and generates 2.05 billion Ghana cedis, roughly 135 US dollars to the country's gross domestic products through electricity. The sector employs over tens and thousands of people and affects thousands of businesses. However, there are challenges with power generation, distribution, and access, with the common denominator being funding. Would you believe if I told you that only 2% of the GDP annually goes into energy from the national budget, and the World Bank has approved $250 million credit from the International Development Association and an additional $10 million grants from the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program to support a 4-year Ghana energy sector recovery, to improve the financial viability of electricity distribution and increase access. That leads to the big question today: how do we finance the energy sector? Now, Ghana has experienced multiple power crises since independence, most notably from 1982 till today. The nation has grappled with bouts and seasons of significant electricity shortages. The rise in power demand has steadily increased over the past 2 decades, partly due to urbanization and population growth. This has led to streams of crippling power cuts, popularly known as doomsday, which all of us are really familiar with, which bears political, social, and economic implications. We are at a critical juncture in our nation's development where energy security and economic prosperity are inextricably linked. Access to reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy is no longer a luxury, but a necessity for driving economic growth, creating jobs, and improving the good quality for our citizens. The quest for the innovative financing models and efficient distribution network has never been more urgent. This panel discussion will discuss the topics: sustainable energy financing and distribution, key to driving economic activities and the growth. We have assembled a panel of distinguished experts who bring wealth of knowledge and experience to this critical discussion. Their insights will be valuable as we explore sustainable long-term options for Ghana's energy sector to permanently tackle the recurring energy crisis the country faces. So with that context given, I'll have my seat and we get into the meat of the discussion. Can I take the microphone, Jerry? Sure. All right. Oh, there's actually a microphone here. A round of applause for our panelists once again. And we're just beginning the conversation. It's very interesting to know that the energy sector that is supposed to be self-financing and giving energy to the rest of the sectors of the economy itself need energy to be able to stand. And today we'll be looking at some of the sustainable ways of financing the energy sector to be able to stand. And in terms of distribution as well, we would also need some questions. Now, Doc, Nia Santi, I want to start with you because I have seen and heard some impassioned views of yours on the energy sector in Ghana. And of course, it's very instructive because this is a sector that needs to be giving energy to the other sectors, but it's the other way around. Given the role that energy play in the economy, I mean, driving sustainable economic growth, what would you say is your immediate assessment of Ghana's energy sector?
Thank you. I'll actually liken the energy sector to a ship in the middle of the sea taking on water, like the Titanic. And we know what happened to it. Now, the reality is that financially, we are taking on water. As we speak, the Ministry of Finance has to find 200 million Ghana cedis every single month to top up the energy sector agencies, which I'm not sure it's being able to do. In addition, it has to find $60 million thereabouts every single month to pay for the gas that is used to generate the power that we need. In the past, it has used about $5 billion between 2019 and 2021 to pay down energy sector debts. And now we are told we are still left with about $1 billion or so. Now that billion was probably some months ago, maybe a year or two ago, so it's still increasing. And that's why I say it's taking on water. In terms of financing, we all know money is out there looking for somewhere to go.
Yeah.
But which of you would invest in a business which is guaranteed not to pay you back? And that's the energy sector. We hear the IPPs complaining, and it sounds like they are just asking for money. They ask for too much money. But it's a business. They generate power. They have bankers they have to pay. They have bills they have to pay. If we don't pay them, why would somebody else come in? So that's the situation we have. However, just to give a context, money is still willing to come into our energy sector. So I used to be at the Energy Commission. And some years back, what happened was solar companies were investing in solar panels and selling power to commercial and industrial customers. So these are those who have generally higher tariffs than we pay at home. And essentially what they were doing was displacing ECG. So they would invest in putting the panels on your roof and sell you the power at a price that was cheaper than what ECG was selling. The long and short of it is Energy Commission put a stop to it because ECG complained that they were losing money because these same customers are the ones who are paying. So what happens is that if that continued, ECG would be further starved of funds and the sector would collapse. So back to the point, we are losing money, we are bleeding out, we are taking on water, whichever sort of analogy you want to use, that is the situation we face. It's not that the money doesn't want to come. There are lots of innovative ways of bringing in money, but if you do it in a certain way, you make matters worse, as in the ship will sink faster. And so that is the conundrum we face. There's a fact that this gap between what the sector generates and what it needs is big. We don't want the tariff to go up, do we? But if the tariff doesn't go up, how do we fill the gap? On the other hand, we also know that the sector companies are not efficient. ECG is losing money. It's supposed to collect. Its losses are around 30%, but we are not really getting them to improve their act. For instance, we know that we are all sort of against sole sourcing. It's an expensive way of procurement. But in the power sector, ECG really likes sole sourcing. There is a policy, a Ministry of Energy policy, well, passed by Cabinet in 2019, which said that we would only source power through a competitive tender. It's still probably on the Ministry of Energy website as we speak. But if you followed somewhat, I think this year, we've procured power not competitively. We've again sat in a room and procured power from one company without any competition. We all know what happens. The price is likely to be higher than it could be. But we all seem okay with it. But if the tariff goes up, hey, problems. But if we procure expensive power, the inevitable goes on. And I could go on, but I guess I'll give others a chance to come.
Right. I want to come to you, Sydney. Doug has said so much about the assessment of the energy sector. I want to find out from you, what are the significant challenges hindering the attainment of sustainable and reliable energy in Ghana?
Thank you very much. And Doug spoke like a financier. He just elaborated on all the concerns that the general financial provider will have. Yes, these concerns are many. He spoke about the debt issues. And as he indicated, no potential investor, not you or I, will want to come into a sector where you are hearing huge, legacy debts that remain unpaid. Not only that, there is continuous build-up of this debt going forward. IPPs, day in and day out, are crying out for payment. The main off-taker, being ECG, as Doc indicated, is not too well. And that is your main source of repayment. It's difficult to convince any shareholder or potential investor to put money into a sector where there is so much uncertainty.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I think the introduction of the Energy Sector Recovery Program is a good indication of how the sector could improve if we are to implement it to the latter. And I think there are some things that we are doing right so far, but we have more to do. The cash waterfall mechanism, for example, was a good initiative. And what that meant was that at least consistently, the power producers and the fuel suppliers will receive some payment. Obviously not their total monthly receivables, but at least there is a consistent payment coming in, as compared to previous times where a power producer could go 3 or 4 months without any payment. So yes, the cash waterfall mechanism is good. The automatic tariff adjustment, sincerely, I'm not too sure how it's being implemented, whether it is actually being implemented as it should on a quarterly basis. I'm saying this because these are things as a bank, for example, we had indicated in the past that there are specific things that must be done to improve the sector, to make it more creditworthy, to encourage financial support for the sector. To tell you the truth, as Doc indicated, there is so much money out there willing to come in.
Yeah.
But the fundamentals must be right. And the fundamentals start from the economy itself, being the macros. Suddenly, we have quite a poor rating. Funds coming in will come at a more expensive rate than if our rating was better. There's probably very little we can do there, but hopefully things improve. But even more importantly, stepping down from the macro to the sector level, we need to sanitize the the sector. We need to clean it up. Fortunately, we are not too bad compared to other African countries. Our problems are not the same. We don't have an issue of supply deficits. Let's pretend the issue of suppressed demand is not existent. We don't have an issue of supply deficit. Our issues are the debt, cost-reflective tariff. Are the tariffs cost-reflective, or we are being forced to pay for inefficiencies? You know, we need to clean these up. As an institution, and you know, Stanbic is part of a wider group, Standard Bank Group. Just for 2023, we've mobilized within the group more than $2.7 billion into renewable energy. How much of that came here? For 2024, we are looking at $3 billion. And again, and this is not unique to Standard Bank. We have 3 strategic priorities, and one of them is driving sustainable growth and value. That means we are looking intensively at just energy transition. We are looking at renewable energy. We are looking at supporting ESCOs. But these monies must be paid because it's people's monies. And it's difficult to justify why these monies should come in. So the cleanup must start in the sector. It started. ESRP, I think if we go by the latter and we were able to implement it, I think, you know, we do not have to do anything to bring in more investment. People are willing to come in, as Doc has already indicated.
So if I get you clearly, just as we have the banking sector clean up, you're also proposing that we have a sanitization of the energy sector. Now, just hold on, I'll come back for us to further that conversation. I want to speak to Charles. Charles, I saw you nodding to most of the things Sydney was saying. Last year, as of September, ECG recorded 2 billion cedis in collection losses, 4 billion cedis in system losses. Now, additional 2 billion in commercial losses and 1 billion cedis in technical losses. What can we do to tackle power thefts and recover these monumental losses?
All right, thank you. I think that as you mentioned, these huge amounts,
they're actually scary.
They are scary, and it's also at a point where you realize that it is still the taxpayer that is going to make up for these shortfalls. So if you check 2023 budgets, we allocated about 23 billion cedis to make up for energy sector shortfalls alone. 2024 budget, we allocated 17 billion Ghana cedis to make up for the shortfalls. Now, this is the taxpayers' allocation to a sector that is supposed to run as a business, right? A sector that is supposed to generate funds and then pay for itself. Right now, in the mid-year budget also, we recorded that the shortfalls have increased by 1 billion Ghana cedis. So it tells you that what we hear during speeches in terms of we are increasing, we are ensuring that losses are reduced and all of that, we do not see them as actual implementation. So in the IFC's due diligence analysis before we entered into the private sector participation, they provided a certain link between investments in the power sector and the reduction of losses, be it system technical losses. And they said that if we're able to invest up to about 500 million USD, right, we can reduce our losses from 23% at the time in 2014 to about 18% or 15% by 2019 within a 5-year window. Now, after the botched PDS deal and everything, ECG records that they've invested over 600 million USD, right, which theoretically is supposed to reduce our losses, but then we see the losses increase. Then by 2023, we are having technical and commercial losses of about 30% or 31%. If you add collection losses, then you are inching close to 50%, right? So it tells you that the challenge goes beyond even investment to efficiencies within the management of the distribution sector. And it is important to also stress that revenue generation comes from the distribution sector, majorly, right? So oil and gas companies that supply gas is dependent on the distribution sector. IPPs are dependent on all of this revenue generation. So these losses increases, and then we have a breaking system. How do we deal with that? I think that it's high time we began to really address, as Sidney mentioned, have this thorough cleanup around ensuring managerial excellence within the distribution sector to see how we can reduce those losses. If it's investments that we are doing, and then there is already evidence that there is investment and it's not yielding the kind of results that we want, that means that there's something amiss within the managerial space. And that is why we need to address those really core inefficiencies. Otherwise, we will continue to increase the tariffs, which, as a result of the IMF issues, we are actually doing, because now it is being adjusted within the macroeconomic indicators. Between 2022 and now, we've increased tariffs by over 100%, right? And it doesn't even affect revenue generation from the ECG, right? So you would expect much more to be done, but these losses keep on increasing. And then the worst of it is that you and I pay for those losses, because the losses are also factored in the tariff calculations. About 21.4% of those losses are being factored in the tariff calculations. So maybe one of the biggest, the lowest hanging fruit is to perhaps tilt or give a stringent regulation around how much can be allowable in the losses. Okay. Perhaps 21.4 is too high, and we are playing with it. Maybe what if we reduce it to say 50% or maybe 14%? It's going to have an impact on our tariffs, because then the laws. Then it's also going to put a check on the utility to ensure that we do things right, because it means that if you go beyond these allowable losses, it is going to have an impact on your cash flow. Yeah. But by and large, we need to ensure this level of managerial excellence especially within power distribution, and also ensure that we pay attention to issues around transmission. When you check, there's always problems with revenue generation around that side, because they also depend on revenue that come in, and if they don't meet their revenue requirements, investment on transmission will be very, very bad. And maybe if you check transmission, for instance, most of the light-offs or the power outages that comes with transmission faults are huge. Yeah. So if the whole nation will go off, and it's coming from a transmission issue, if a whole region should go off, it's a transmission issue because of the kind of coverage they have. So if you don't deal with that well, you are going to have very, very high levels of outages in them.
Right, Charles. There are lots of people who have said that ECG, coming into contact with the ordinary consumer, taking the money from them, that collection should be decoupled. There have been mounting concerns that have been raised that because of these losses within the system, we need to have a body that is responsible for the collection of the revenue. Ralph, let me come to you. What do you make of that? Do you feel that it's about time we need to have a body that is dedicated to the collection of the revenue rather than going and paying it to ECG itself, which half of the time fall through the cracks?
Well, thank you for the question. The question will be that, or my response will be that, is there an empirical evidence that supports that? I know without doubt that there is a lag between what they bill and actually what they collect. And that's why there's the need for them to be setting targets for them, for the distribution companies, the utilities, the distribution companies especially, and then making sure that indeed they are equipped in line, and then they actually, get what they go out there to bill. Of course, through the chain, we shouldn't also lose sight of the fact that it actually starts from the value chain, starts from upstream, and then goes down to downstream. And so we have the transmission losses itself that he talked about, as well as the distribution losses downstream. Yeah. I think the transmission losses hovers around 4.1%, And then distribution losses is in the region of between 27% to 30%. Several things account for this. You know, we have the CWM, which there's been cash flow difficulties, without doubt. But the question is that I think all the sector players, you know, because the question is that there's no real transparency upstream in terms of harmonization of systems to give the sector player visibility as to what really transpires there, as to what indeed is intended to come to them before they also go on. You made, I think the first speaker spoke about the fact that there was this company, for instance, that was dealing in solar. And at a point in time, the regulator had to come in. Yeah. Now, there are regulatory bottlenecks without doubt. You know, Energy Commission is technical, and then PURC is economic. Question. I think in the morning we were talking about the financial sector, and we said that we have pensions, regulatory, we have for investment, we have for SEC, and we need to harmonize. I think it's also important that we do the harmonization. But my last point will be that, just like we have said, it's important to know that it's also the case within the regulatory framework that some of the players, for instance, they are into generation and they also do distribution as well. For instance, the bulk distributors, you know, so the bulk customers, so to say. So if GCG also complains that these are some of their crown jewels, or, you know, which now they have left them, and so if they are also not within, you know, their reach, then of course, what they are going to collect actually on the ground will be lagging. And that is why, holistically, I don't think it should just be about the solar people, but then we should look at the sector generally to say that, yes, should ECG just be given, you know, to deal with all customers? Because as when you take these customers from them, you know, they are unable to get what they are actually supposed to get. And so I won't hold brief, but I just don't think that bringing an independent collector really just solve the issue. You must understand the nuances and then put in place measures that really will stem what.
But you agree that when we have an independent collector, it could go a very long way to solve a bit of our problems.
Of course. I mean, the question is that the issues go beyond that, because that's why we have modern metering systems, where, for instance, theft of electricity and things like that could be identified, rigorous follow-up and all that. Because if you are just collecting and there are still loopholes, like you said, the boat or the Titanic, we have, you know, other loopholes. That in itself will only not solve it. But I concede that it could be part of the added measures to make sure that as much as possible, they are raking in a lot.
Fantastic. Let me come to you. I see you like disagreeing with having an independent collector for that. You seem to have some 2 cents to share. Let's hear you.
Yes, I don't think creating federal energy sector institutions is the way to go. I mean, we used to have just VALCO. You know, VRA used to be handling generation, transmission, and distribution. And we said we want to have these sectors decoupled to ensure we give different state agencies those responsibilities. VRA is doing the generation largely from the government sector. You have IPPs and the rest, of course. GRIDCO is doing the transmission, and ECG and NETCO are to do the distribution and collect the revenue, pay the power generator and the grid operator. If they are not succeeding, why are they not succeeding? We should create another organization to come and do that. I don't think it's the way to go. If there are inefficiencies there, we find out why. He hinted on the metering system. Power theft, distribution losses, as he mentioned, is about 30%. Transmission losses is about 4%. Why do we have high distribution losses? Power theft. If it's power theft, is it that these are postpaid customers who are not paying or stealing from the grid? You find a way to actually bring innovation to address it. If not, you bring a new institution and the problem is not solved, then what will ECG and NETCO be doing? I mean, are we going to shut them down? So I think the power sector problems, as Doc mentioned, is like a sinking ship. And I don't know whether it is the disease of our public sector institutions. I don't think this will happen in private sector. They would have all gone bankrupt and closed down by now. So we need to find why this is happening. If it's net metering issues, now the minister just presented, we have the target of universal electrification. And already 88%. The 12% that is actually yet to be electrified is the most difficult to do. He highlighted the island communities, for example. That requires a lot of resources to go in. And we already don't have resources to even make sure that the ones we are supplying now, there is reliability and value for money. We are able to get everything. So we need to think differently. What do we have to do to overcome that?
Right, before I come to Doug, Ralph, you want to say something, just quickly?
The point I wanted to add is that just like he started, and one of the ministers said many years ago, I think at his vetting, that the energy sector problem is a finance issue. The question is that within the sector, everything is imported. And you know the macroeconomic framework, the depreciation of the cedi. So it's not the case that there are no sources of banks are still there to give money out. But the question is that you go and import everything in dollar, you sell in cedis, and then you are converting to now come and pay in dollars. There's going to continuously be a lag. So it doesn't matter whether you bring in a new company to go and collect. The point is that the IPPs are being paid in dollars. We sell in cedis, and the question is even whether we are getting full cost recovery because of the issue of affordability and all that. And so that perennial gap will be there, and I think that is why this discourse is very important. Until we fix the macros and things like that, it's going to be
the fundamentals. Doug, I want to find out from you the innovative financing mechanisms that we can adopt to bridge the financing gap. But just again, I just want to take your take on having an independent collector. What do you think of that?
I don't think it will make a jot of difference. The bottom line is that collection, distribution losses exist in every single electricity system. There are ways of dealing with it. We are not doing what we need to do. There's somebody in charge, he's not doing his job. What do? Promote him, give him more money? In Ghana, we leave him there. And yet we expect things to change. The bottom line is if somebody is not doing his job, away bus, or isn't it? But we don't do it because they are politically appointed and it's as a reward, so we don't do it. There's a little story I'll tell. Aquile and her Kelewili. A little girl was sent to go and buy Kelewili. And a few minutes later, somebody sees her standing under a lamppost crying. And he goes to ask her why. He says, oh, she's dropped the money. These were the days where coins actually had value. So he helped her to look around. You know, she's standing under the lamppost. So they look around, and they can't find it. And so he asked her, where did you drop it? Was it here? Oh, no. And then she points into the darkness. I dropped it over there. And said, why are you looking here? Oh, it's dark over there. And we'll laugh at her and we'll say that's silly. But that's what we are doing in the energy sector. We know the solution, but we are looking at others which will not solve the problem. Having multiple people breaking it up, there's something that needs to be done that is not being done. What is that? I'll tell you that NEDCO today is improving its collection rate. It's also a state company. It's also government-owned. It's actually in a more difficult part of our country, and yet they are reducing their losses at the same time that ECG is failing to do that. So why would we want to, go that way? There are unpleasant things that need to be done. We've seen what happened in Ceremonial when ECG started. Yeah. We've seen what happened to NEDCO when they also were doing what they needed to do. It's unpleasant, and it's not politically expedient. So when they start, we know what happens. And this is whichever political party is in power. It's a thing that is there. And if you talk to the distribution company people, they'll tell you. We know what the problem is. We just don't want to do it. And we're looking for solutions elsewhere. So coming to your question.
Yeah.
Innovative financing is not difficult. Like I said, the financing is coming. We've recently had the largest rooftop solar installed in the free zones. We didn't have to go chasing after the money. The money came, it's been done. Why? Because in that area, that money that is invested will be returned. It will be viable. It will be sustainable, financially sustainable. Anywhere you can put money that is financially sustainable, there's an incentive to invest. If you want to give ECG millions, go ahead. You said they've invested 500 million. Yes, they'll invest even more next year, and nothing will come out of it. We've changed meters. I'm sure if I ask how many of us have had our meters changed more than twice. we'll all raise our hands. We keep changing meters as if a new meter with a new thing, and which it won't change anything. We know what we need to do. The financing is available. World Bank is giving us money. We are doing solar here. We are doing mini grid there. Those are not really our problem. Our problems are bread and butter, normal things. We are just not doing them. And again, we've seen what happened at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Labadi Beach Hotel, the sale of the hotels. Yeah. The public pushed government to do something it essentially did not want to do. But we, the public, are okay when the tariffs are low and the costs are high and there's a gap. And somehow we don't know how it's paid, but we don't have to pay it out of our pocket. 2 years ago, I was on a panel like this, and I asked the audience that would they be happy if the tariff were increased to cost-reflective levels? And we all said no. And I told us all that, look, when taxpayers' money is used to pay, it doesn't come from the president's pocket. It doesn't come from the minister's pocket. It comes from us. Now, it has been literally taken out of our pockets in terms of this debt exchange program. People have lost their pensions. $5 billion went into energy. If those $5 billion hadn't gone, would they have had to do that debt exchange? These are the consequences. If we continue down that road, there will be another debt exchange. It's inevitable. The ship is taking on water. If we don't tell the government that we don't like the way it's going, whether there's a new government or a new company, the value is the same.
Right, Sydney, let's talk about policy reform, shall we? What policy and regulatory reforms are necessary to bolster energy financing and distribution?
It always sounds as if you are running away from your... because it's... The availability of the funds is not a problem.
Yeah.
And that's what I want us to get to.
Yeah.
Until the sector issues are solved, we can somersault and jump.
Do everything.
Nothing will change. I used our organization as an example. And because we are facing difficulties funding utility scale projects, where we know the off-taker might have issues in paying. We are looking more at captive power solutions or embedded power solutions with heavy power users. So this issue of Energy Commission new regulations is actually very worrying. And we are killing two birds with one stone. And for these companies that we are targeting, we are also going after them using renewable solutions. So the LMI project is a great case. And those are the types that we are looking at. And not just us. Most of the banks are now looking for reputable off-takers who, when they buy the power, will pay. So if there are policies that will have to be deployed, those policies must go towards improving the sector.
Okay.
There are so many funds out there looking to come in. And when we clean the sector, we'll be clamoring for projects to do. Because then we are certain that we'll be paid when we put our funds in. So I'm not really sure how to answer your question, because I don't see the problem from that side, yes.
Dr. Charles.
I think that it's basically almost the same thing that we keep on rehashing in different forms. We need to target the fact, we need to look at the fact that it is not necessarily a financing issue, but it's a managerial and an implementation problem that we have, right? I mean, we can talk about all the financing sources, the capital markets, the pension funds, the MDB support, all the private sector participation and all of that. But if you do not have an environment that supports excellence, that supports efficiency within the power sector, you still come back to the situation where we have to deal with losses, where we have to now increase our tariffs, where we have to use the taxpayers' money to recover shortfalls that should have been recovered if the sector is working as a business, right? We can't, you see, sometimes even the argument about cost recovery is important, but again, even when you look at the lenses of cost recovery, you ask yourself, even the little that we are generating, we are not even collecting them. So it is even difficult to even argue that the money, the tariffs are not cost recoverable because you are collecting about 50% of your invoices that you issue. So how can you come and tell me it's not cost recoverable, right? So I think that sanitizing the sector, and for us, we have been...
Where do we, in talking about that, where do we start from?
I think we need to start from
okay.
Distribution is key. It's because it is the key revenue generating organ within the value chain, right? Before the cash waterfall mechanism came, there was discretionary, the disbursement across the various value chains. Cash waterfall provided some level of sanity into the system. Now, the efficiency or the effectiveness of cash waterfall depends on how much is collected. So if 50% of the invoices are raised, cash waterfall will just disburse 50% of the revenues and would meet less than 100% of the revenue requirement. 2, it also depends on the willingness of the distributor to adhere to the cash waterfall mechanism. So in a situation where the distributor meets, let's say, about 80% of its revenue requirement, and then Gridco receives money that meets about 20% of its revenue requirement, that means that there's an imbalance in the system. That is not a discussion of cost recovery. It's a discussion of whether we are following due process or whether we are just playing politics in the system. And that is why sometimes we say that government is not able to stand in as a referee and then stand in as a player in itself. Yeah. So the argument of private sector participation within these spaces come from the fact that we have seen bosses that seem to be more powerful than their regulators. And so when the regulator says A, the boss can stand there and say that I won't do it, right? And there are no punitive measures. I mean, you can see the banter between PULC and then ECG, and we see that bring this, we won't bring it, and we don't see any punitive measures that is being meted out, but all that we see is that, okay, let's continue with this same level of impunity, but that is not going to work if we really want the sector to operate. And one last thing about financing that we mostly talk about, and you see, it's this. Day in and day out, we keep on adding pursuits of levies onto our tariffs, onto fuels, liters of fuel and all that, to sanitize the power sector. And day in and day out, sunset clauses are not being adhered to. So we have ESLA, and the sun was supposed to set on ESLA. But what happened was, in 2017, now, the money wasn't even going directly to settle legacy debt. We had a bond. What ESLA bonds just did was to transfer the debt from the books of the energy sector into the books of government. And what happens is that the payments from the Energy Debt Recovery Fund that is supposed to settle ESLA bonds, it's just able to meet coupon payments under ESLA and then administrative costs under ESLA. The little amount that is left that is kept in the logbox is so insufficient to pay for the for the principals when they mature. Eventually, it is still us that is going to pay, the taxpayer that is going to pay. So when we are talking about sanitizing the energy sector, it has serious impacts on all of the other sectors. We did an assessment to see that if you are paying 23 billion for a sector that is not able to act as a business, if you put together all the capital expenditure budget for the social sectors, for Agric, for education, for roads, for health, for gender, if you put all of them together, it is the shortfalls is about 3 times higher than the combined expenditure we put under capital expenditure for these social services. That means that what should have gone to education is being used to keep lights on. But you are still paying tariffs, right? So sanitizing the sector is important, and it needs to begin with the distribution sector.
In a brief, we'll be taking Q&As, but let me come to you, Ralph, quickly wrap up for me and before we come to the floor for Q&A. It looks like the problem has to do with distribution losses and all of that, and it goes beyond even financing. Why are we not concentrating more on solar and wind? Well, if we concentrate on that, would that lessen our problems?
Great point. Without doubt, our current energy mix is heavily reliant on the fossil fuels, natural gas, crude oil, amongst others. And then, of course, there are a lot of environmental concerns and then price distortions, volatility as well. And then when you go forward, I mean, there is long-term funds that exist in terms of the green bonds, climate financing, etc., are available to support these. The last time I checked, I think the target is to get a mix of about 10% to 90%. And currently, in spite of all the interventions, what we have is woefully inadequate. I don't think we've even crossed the 1% or 2% mark. So there's the case for renewable without doubt. Yeah. I checked on wind, and I'm told that some of the few places that they identified, indeed, here in Ghana, we are not getting that kind of speed that we get elsewhere. East Africa and other places. And so your best bet is solar. Now solar is available, especially during the day. But then in the evening, you wouldn't have access to. But that is where our peak also is. Yeah. So much as it is important that we do the diversification, it doesn't just work on its own. It must be mixed with other interventions as well. So, for instance, there's what we call the time use pricing. Because if you look at the mix, the customer base is about 95% residential and 5% industry. Now, when it comes to payment, industry is paying for about 60%, and then residential is paying under for affordability, amongst others, ability to pay and what have you. So you realize that we are suffocating industry. There's pressure on them. I don't know whether you have an AGI representative here. They've been shouting, there have been some marginal changes, because they are the people that are going to employ, and amongst others and all that. My point is that if these things are subsidized for the residential, you and I, but we don't know that ultimately it's our taxes that went to pay SLI and all that. We think we are not paying. And so there's inter and there's intra, the subsidies. So in the evening, you put on your light, you are putting on your washing machine and all that. What we are saying is that for solar to be effective, we should begin to tell people that, for instance, as you use in the evening, if you have 10 lights and you put all of them on, you are going to pay for it. That will begin to change their mindset, education, for them, so that the consumption peak will begin to shift and the load will start flattening out during the day. These are some of the interventions that can come in to support or augment solar for it to become, so it has to do with massive education and other matters. I mean, time will not permit me to go into, but I'll just pause here to say that it is the way forward. There's green funds, there's a lot of climate-related, so the financing question has never been an issue. The point is that, much as is desirable, other things must come into the mix to support the process.
Absolutely, Ralph. What can governments do to incentivize the adoption of renewable energy technologies?
Okay, thank you. The incentive, as he mentioned, actually has to come in a way that investors can recoup their money, of course. So let's come to solar, for example. I always see that when we talk about private sector investment in the energy sector, most people, sometimes you're only thinking about, banks giving loans and etc., so that you pay back later. Individual, even you, as an investor that would like to put PV on your house, at the rooftop of your house, feed into the grid in the daytime while you are at work and not using it, come back, pull from the grid, and have discount based on the differences. Government is not the one now going to look for money to come and build a big solar farm. That is not how we have to go, but you have to incentivize the consumer to become a prosumer. If you don't incentivize the consumer, then it's not attractive. As we say that if you have PV and if not maybe your fridge working or no one at home, the time is most effective. You can't actually utilize it. And then the questions of storage comes, but we know that there is extra capital cost. And when you add that, your project payback period is going to be longer. And it's a disincentive. So I think liberalization, just as Doc mentioned, those projects that ECG asked them to, Energy Commission asked them to stop, now you still have to service those people. And it is your cost. You have to go look for the funds to try to do all that. Another way is actually to then, the private sector participation can be, actually liberalized a bit to add maybe operation components. We're talking about whether we need another energy agency to be doing debt collection. If you have a private sector company that has a solar farms serving a community, and based on the tariff agreement of PURC, they are collecting the tariff themselves, is that not further responsibility taken away from you, the government? Yeah, that is further stress taken away. But I think when we try to centralize everything, it brings stress, increases our losses, and I think this conversation will continue for a long time.
Absolutely. We don't have enough time to deal with all parts of the conversation, but now it's time for us to have the Q&A. If you have any question, by raising your hand, the microphone will be given to you. Can we have somebody pass the microphone to those who have raised their hands for questions? Dr. Abu Sakara has raised his hand.
What is it about our policy that contradicts what we are trying to achieve? When an institution has generated power, because we want solar power, now they have excess power, they put it onto the grid. They want to have their a return for that, so that when they are using power in the evening, you can discount what they gave you versus what they're using. But it seems it's not that simple. The power purchase agreement that they will ask you to bring, you cannot get. And it would seem that this is a simple thing, that if you're the same government promoting the use of solar, that you will create incentive that when somebody produces enough solar and they put excess onto the grid, that will be discounted from their usage. I asked this question because I was a board chairman of a government institution, research institution, and we invested money to create 30% of our roof coverage in solar, and we cut down our electricity use by up to 50%. It would have been more if ECG was willing to give us money, not even money, discount what we were using. But it seems that there's some problem. I don't understand this problem. Can you please explain it?
Right. Let's take the next question. After this question, we'll take an additional question, and that'll be it. We're running late, so please mention your name, then your question.
My name is Maxwell Ajamai. Thank you, but you took all the time discussing ECG. When we are private people, your topic was access to funding or funding for renewable energy. Anyway, just by the way. So like from where Dr. ended, we are doing an e-mobility project. And like the banker said, there are a lot of trillions of funds out there to support viable projects like that. But the former officer at the Energy Commission, you have created a monopoly for ECG. And the government says, I want to add 2,000 megawatts. When we are struggling to get licenses to produce the power we will consume, we have the funds, we have the consumer, we are not permitting us. How do you achieve that? You have monopolized the system in favor of ECG. ECG is expensive. I can run my system 30% cheaper. No power interruption, no doomsday. This is the way I want to go. I don't have the right. Interest rate is high. I cannot be allowed to run my overheads or reduce my overheads. I cannot pay bank rate. Taxes are killing us. And when people are relocating, we are complaining. And we say the youth, that's why the man said the youth should take over now, not tomorrow. Please do something. Thank you.
Right. It looks like when we say you should give the questions brief, that's when you go.
All right.
Right, let's take the last question.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ohini Asante, and I have a very simple question. One of it is about Dr. Kanse, and the next doctor holding the microphone. And I want to ask a very fundamental question. In fact, it's a little bit controversial, but I want to be very diplomatic about it. Why nations fail? Nations fail because of institutions, and institutions are led by human beings. Let us look at the utility of expertise. Who leads the energy ministry? I trained as a medical doctor. I'm a pathologist. I'm not an energy economist. If you put me to Ministry of Finance, I can't work. Bank of Ghana can't, and all Ministry of Energy, I can't. You appointed a minister who trained as a dentist and do not know anything about energy policy. Are you telling me this man can manage
That's
ECG
very
for
unfair
us?
to say that he doesn't know anything about
No,
his
in
portfolio.
fact, that's why I'm saying that I'm a little, but let's look at expertise. Who manages the sector? And he trained as a medical doctor, and it's not an attack, please. It's not an attack.
Okay.
But who also appoints the head of ECG? Who appoints head of GRIDCO, VRA? If I know the president appoints me as a head, and when the president is leaving, I will live with him. Per president, no one has done anything that has been questioned before. In fact, we won't set any good standards. So let us look at that.
Thank you
and
very
it's
much.
a fundamental solution to some of these things. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take the last question from the gentleman here. You want to say something? Sure. So we'll take the last question. Please keep your questions very brief.
I'll try. Thank you so much. My name is Fawan Issa Idi from the African Institute for Strategic Energy Policy. Most of the discussion was centered towards synthesizing the distribution sector. And then I think it's important, but then there are other key areas that we need to also look at that would also augment the work of ECG. Doctor touched on ESLA, beautiful initiative, but then collateralized, so we are not really getting much benefit from it. But then the establishment of Ghana Gas as well in 2011, fantastic project. It was argued by the main or the biggest opposition party, the NDC. Its main aim was to help reduce the cost of electricity tariffs and also ensure energy security. But then in ASAP's report titled The State of Energy and Extractive Sectors of Ghana, Critical Reforms Required for Sustainable Economic Recovery, about 47 cubic feet of natural gas valued at $300 million is being fled. This is so much revenue that we could have used to augment cost recovery in terms of the IPPs and then in terms of running the ECG and all that. My question is how...
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm there. My question is how can we position Ghana Gas to be able to get the maximum benefits for which it was created? Thank you.
Right. I'll squeeze in one last question. We have to go for lunch and be what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Tessa Ayeno. I like to see myself as an energy enthusiast. And what I want to contribute here is probably food for thought. We actually set up this session to look at how we can attract funding, right, into the distribution sector, right? And it is under the theme of trying to re-engineer how we do our things and how we think. Just food for thought. Why don't we just take away ECG's monopoly? you know. I think Nigeria solved the problem of inefficiency by breaking down the big disco, what they call the disco distribution company, to multiple distribution companies based on zones. And so you compete, and the best discos, which are pseudo private sector organizations, make money based on how efficient they are. So taking a cue for one of the submissions here where I think one of the panelists said maybe we are allowing too much of wastage in the tariff setting, right? So you're allowing too much, 21% of losses are considered in the setting of the tariff. If you lower that threshold and you have multiple distribution companies and they have to work towards a certain benchmark, there'll be competition. And you could make it private sector, public sector entities. And so there's some incentive for people to be more efficient. I think that is one way you could look at it. So it's food for thought. We are here trying to find new ways of solving our problems.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We'll have our panelists react to some of the questions we received. There was a question to ACEF specifically. There was also another question of square pegs being in round holes. There are people who know nothing to zilch about energy, but are put in those sectors. Charles, you can take the first one, then Doc will react to the rest.
I'll touch on two issues, specifically the one that Dr. Foster mentioned. I think that there was a net metering code that was enacted somewhere in 2015 in response to the Renewable Energy Act 2011 that was supposed to provide a way for people who generate prosumers to be able to get that credit when they transfer to the grid. The pilot was done somewhere in 2017, and people were not getting the credit. So when the bills came, they were not being credited with the power they fed onto the grid. And the contention was simple. The utility at the time raised issues around the fact that there wasn't any incentive for them to benefit from the work, because like they are saving they are storing your power and then they are collecting it back, and it was a 1-to-1 ratio at the time between the. So if I give you 20 kilowatt hour, let's say at a certain cost, I say 1 cedi, I still take that same 20 kilowatt hour at that same cost, and they thought that 1-to-1 ratio wasn't good enough. So implementation stalled at that instance, and they couldn't move on. So the end of 2022 marked PURC's new net metering code that now brought in the issue of fixed cost, where the utility is being paid sort of for the services that they are rendering. So it means that barrier of the loss situation that they thought they were having was taken. Now the net metering code is not fully implemented. We are still waiting on the bi-directional meters to begin those implementation. I don't know when it is coming, but we were hoping that in 2023 we should have seen some clear-cut implementation of the net metering code. It wasn't there. I didn't see that also in the budget. So again, it's an issue of implementation. Now the code exists, but the procurement of the meters and the installation of those biodirectional meters is a key thing for us to do to ensure that we can have a flow. Right. And that could have been a game changer, because then it means that if you are not able to do installation, on-grid installation, it encourages small-scale installation, rooftop installation, and there is benefit for businesses who are into the renewable energy because it drives the demand. And there's benefit for me who is able to offset my tariff and also, build a lot of cost savings. And then also there's benefit for the utility to be able to have enough power for maybe other productive uses. I don't think we don't talk a lot about productive use of electricity in this part of in Ghana, right? So if you go home and then at the peak times you are just using it for entertainment and all of that, then perhaps we need to have another chat about how we become more productive with the use of electricity. The second point around GNGC and then the gas flaring issue. It is true. Between 2017 and up to 2022, more than 47 billion cubic feet of gas has been flared, and this gas could have given us additional revenues and additional generation to reduce even the level of importations of gas that we have in the fuels that we have, knowing that now gas is being touted as a transition fuel. The problem is that the amount of gas that is produced from the Jubilee and 10 fields, we do not meet the capacity of the gas processing plant that we have now. So if you have a gas processing plant that has about 150 to 120 to 150 million cubic feet per day, and then you are producing so much gas from the Jubilee and 10 fields, and after a lot of re-injection, there's the need for those gas to be flared, and there's no capacity to offtake that gas. That gas goes waste. And you see, the worst aspect is the fact this was a foundational gas that we were getting for free. Right, now that that 200 BCF is done, we have to pay for that gas, right? So we have lost quite a lot if we are serious enough to construct a new gas processing facility or to extend or expand the existing gas processing facility to offtake more gas from the Jubilee and 10 fields. That could have provided us with additional gas. Now there have been a lot of politics around the second train, a lot of in-house fighting and quarrels, and even how to secure investment for all of those things. But if again we are serious about running this sector as a business, all of these bottlenecks would have been prevented.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. Dr. Nee, there was a question about having square pegs in round hole, people who are not qualified to manage the affairs of the energy sector. What is your take on that?
I don't really think that's a big problem. I mean, I'll be blunt. I've worked with Dr. Matthew Puku-Prempeh. I've disagreed with him very fundamentally on a number of issues, but I don't think it's an issue of lack of understanding. I was actually quite impressed about his knowledge of the sector. I just have some differences on some of his choices. But the key thing is, we say we have a certain policy, but our unwritten policy is what we work by. There's a lot of talk about renewables. There's a lot of talk about competitive procurement. We have no commitment to either. We have a commitment to sustaining ECG. So ECG vetoed net metering. The regulator had put it in place. I have a bi-directional meter installed by ECG. And yet, they are going to procure more meters, yet again. So ECG is protected. They just decided not to do it. There's now a new tariff which meets what they have asked for. They are still not doing it. Now they need new meters before they do it. Bottom line, we make policy, we don't go by it. And the rest of us are happy to leave it as it is. And that's why we are where we are.
Right, I hope all our questions have been addressed. Right, so many thanks to our panelists for their insightful contributions. I'm confident that the panel discussion has stimulated a lot of actionable solutions to address the issues facing our energy sector. My name is Freight Delanyo Megashi. I'm a broadcaster with Asase News, 99.5 in Accra. Lunch will be served for those of us who have coupons. And so, yeah, it brings us to the end of the 13th edition of the Ghana Economic Forum. This has been the Energy session. Thank you very much for your attention.
We pushed the discussion.
Yeah, we didn't have enough time.
Sure.